we're gonna continue in the same trend. We're gonna be talking about the Gorosei, Ohara, the Reverie, systematic oppression, power systems, morality, all of it. It's gonna be real deep talk, but at the same time, I'm with a brother here. He's a very deep brother, but if you see by the smile, in his new 1+1 contract with OP Scans, he's feeling spicy. So you never know what this man's gonna say. You never know, but he's real deep, so he gonna spit something. I know. How you doing, man?
Hey man, it's a good Christmas. You know what
Perfect.
I'm saying? The holiday season, season of giving. You know what I'm saying? So what's better than giving out contracts? Feel me? Anyway, I'm happy to be here. The One Piece is real volume 2. We're gonna get it cracked. You know what I'm saying? Jay, you know what I'm saying? You talking about me? You know what I'm saying? You got a multi-year deal. Now, I wanted some more flexibility in mine. So, I did
Interesting.
what I do, but you wanted more long-term security. I feel that though. I feel that. But you got to do what you got to do for you. You know what I'm saying? You or your fam.
Nah, I definitely needed the long-term security. Listen, man. First of all, is there an echo, by the way, chat? You let me know, and I'll be able to fix that. But, I mean,
Is that
I'm a loyal man. I think it's from them. They'll probably hear it.
Okay.
I'm a loyal man.
Okay.
And, TCB approached me. I'm not going to disclose the amount. We didn't disclose that. Whoever reported it, I don't know who that guy is on Twitter, but he reported it. They came to me with an offer that I couldn't refuse, and I respect loyalty here. And as you know, we call my family the JD family. This is a family
Right.
here. We're brothers, right? This is what brothers do. So I got
We're
paid.
brothers.
TCB
Okay.
came up to me and said, we're brothers, right? And OP Scans, you just want to ensure you're still here, and here's the brand. So they gave me a little something. I'm sharing it with the family. Obviously, we're getting a new PC. We're gonna buy. I'm gonna have the Range Rover now. In Austin, it's my time.
Hey, you got it. You got it. You
it's
got
my
it.
time,
We riding your range in Austin this time. It's all good.
that's it. It's all me, bro. It might be a Camaro. We might mix it up a little bit. Maybe a G wagon.
Hey.
That's
Well,
funny.
like I said, I got to tell you something though. TCB, a shout out to your contract. I'm really happy for you. They did approach me as well, with the contract. They wanted some exclusivity. They wanted me to, change my name on Twitter. I felt like it was a bit steep, and I wanted equity in the company. Okay, I wanted half the company for all that, and they didn't oblige, and so right now we're doing our thing on the other side. But hey, Jay, I'm happy for you, but we're sitting pretty where we are as well. Shout out to the TCB contract for Jay.
I appreciate
Sir.
you. So you're talking about being happy with OP Scans, but why did you sign a 1+1 with a player option? Why not a team option? Why not 4
Well,
years?
the thing is, I always want to be flexible, right? And here's the thing: OP at this point might be on top, right, or number 2, or maybe it depends on how you see it. But who knows who's going to pop up next year? Maybe next year I want a new contract with somebody else. So I want that play option, that flexibility. So any moves I make, I can be out here. Because you know what I'm saying? TCB, OP, they're going to do what they got to do. But you never know when a young gun might come up and take over. But yeah, at the end of the day, if you
The
lock in a
young,
4-year
the
with
next
TCB, all
generation.
of a sudden, they turn into Manga Panda, then you just stuck there. Now you got TCB in your name and nobody even reading it no more.
Nah.
I don't know, man. I don't know. That's all I'm saying. So for me, the 1+1, I get the bag this year. I got an option for next year, and we do our thing. That's kind of how I move. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not anything about your contract. I fuck with it though. I do.
Okay, fair enough. Well, enough contract talk, as you guys know.
Yep.
This is we're talking about the entirety of One Piece and not contracts. However, TCB for life. Anyway, like I said, Brago, I'm talking about One Piece, and we're talking about how real it gets, and we're talking about how Oda likes to depict very realistic themes in his stories. And I think we talked about Fishman Island at length and how it affected us personally, and how we kind of resonated with Jinbei's character. But I'm going to take that a little bit farther, and we're going to expand it. And we're going to talk about the One Piece world and how it depicts a lot of the things that we go through in today's society, especially with the government, especially with things like oppression, with things like repressing the truth, doctrine, all kinds of things like that. And what better place to start off at the Gorosei and where we're at in the current story? Because right now we're in that part. We're in the political part of One Piece. We're in the portion where, if you remember on Attack on Titan, where we went away from the Titans and we got into the politics of Paradise Island and then the other island across the sea, I think it's Marley. We're getting into that type of world where we're going to have government
the One
conflict.
Piece lore.
Vegapunk is being chased by the government. Vegapunk wants to benefit mankind with his inventions, and the government doesn't want that. We saw Lulusia. We're seeing the revolutionaries. We got flashbacks with O'Hara. So now it's the perfect time to have this type of discussion. So, first of all, tell me, what are your thoughts on the Gorosei? What do they remind you of? And how do you feel about how they're depicted?
Okay. One question. Can you say Lelouch one more time?
Lulusia. Is it not? Is it not?
The more I look at the Gorosei, the more I think they are
Okay. All
they
right, cool.
represent Congress.
The
'Cause
Gorosei. The Gorosei.
That's my guess.
All right. How I feel about
Lelouch, excuse me. My bad.
It's all good. It's all good. Lulucia fits too. Whew. The Gorosei. I feel like with it caught me. It caught me off guard a little bit. I was like, hold on, have I been saying it wrong? I was like, ain't no way.
Nah.
Ain't no way it's Lulucia.
I'm gonna look it up. I swore it was Lulucia.
That's cool.
No
I
comment.
think the Gorosei. Here's the thing, though. I think the Gorosei are necessary. Okay, I understand that they are terrible people, based on the things they try to cover up, etc. But for, they said the audio is bugging a little bit. What are you talking about?
No, I know what it is. It's my mic. I'm fixing it while we're talking about.
Okay, bad. So the Gorosei, I do think that they come off as despicable, but the problem is we're looking at it from one perspective. For the pirates and for Luffy, the Gorosei, they seem like everything they're trying to do is suppress and oppress, and in different ways have the people pay for everything. But I think the Gorosei, you need people like that. They're basically a board, right? A board of people that decide things that people can't really decide for themselves. And so they make those type of decisions. Now, the problem is, and I think the main problem in the One Piece world is Emu and the Celestial Dragons. But the people like the Gorosei making those decisions, they're at least trying to preserve, I guess, some semblance of order. Because we can't, like say we didn't have the Gorosei, and it was just the Celestial Dragons in charge, right? Like technically they are in charge, but they have it's at least some restriction there. If it was them without the Gorosei, it is just like, imagine what the world would be. So the Gorosei, of course, they want to retain power, and they're trying to make sure the world government stays in power. So I see that side of it and understand how necessary that is. But I definitely understand where people are looking at it from, where slavery exists and like the tax and not telling the people everything. But here, let's be honest. Let's be honest. People can't handle information, or honestly, the truth of things sometimes. So it's like, even with where we live now, say we live in the U.S., we don't know everything that's going on. We have no idea what's going on. We know what we know. We can do research and look into things, but we have no idea as far as the truth of what's going on. Even the trade today with Brittany Griner for that for a Russian bomber,
the arms dealer,
the arms dealer. Okay, even with that, I'm seeing people on both sides of the fence talking about, hey, why did we just trade for Brittany Griner? Why not trade for somebody else along with Brittany Griner? And somebody's like, yo, we traded an arms dealer for a WNBA player. So somebody say, this is the first WNBA trade I've ever seen in my life. And so it's a different level, right? But if you were in those rooms, Jay, are you saying, because the play here is somewhat like, like sometimes with the Gorosei, they do things for popularity or for the people. What Joe Biden thinks he's doing is basically a play for somewhat black people, I guess, where it's like, hey, I brought Brittany Griner home. Yep. You know what I'm saying? Yep. Like, that's cool, right? Yeah, we gave him an arms dealer that's probably like one of the worst people, one of the most dangerous men in the world, but at least we got Brittany Griner back.
Yeah, we got Brittany back.
We got Britney back. You know what I'm saying? It's like they said we trade an arms dealer for a double double. It's insanity, but I do think that people like that are necessary to make the tough decisions because everybody can't make those. You know how difficult it is sometimes. You ask, I don't know, like a woman or even like people that like, yo, what you want to eat, and how difficult that is for them.
Yep.
Now, in this situation, imagine if they had the type of power and the cachet to make like decisions like the Gorse were making. So, as much as I understand how bad the Gorse are, those people are necessary.
I agree. And that's why we're having this discussion. Because no matter how evil we want to view the girls say based on how Oda's writing the story and us, the Straw Hats being the heroes of this story in a certain way. The girls say to the world are the heroes. The girls say to the world are the protectors. But it's also a very murky line because of what they're trying to uphold, which is things like slavery, things like celestial dragons, and basically having I think the aristocracy, basically, where they're having the aristocrats, which are the celestial dragons, be exempt of everything and basically rule everyone below them, right?
Yeah.
So that's a tough decision for the girls say to make, but at the same time they do it in the name of peace and order, which is what Akainu represents. It represents the order of the girls say of the world government, where as long as the Navy are killing the bad guys, putting the bad guys down, upholding law, look, this is what you're supposed to see. They don't see the world government. They see the Marines. So to the common man in the One Piece world, they're looking at the Marines like, yo, man, the government's looking out for us. The government sword. Look at how they saved us all. Look at Kobe at Rocky Port. Oh my God! And Smoker, he saved Alabasta from the clutches of crocodile. You know, false PR. Do you know?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
yo, go ahead.
No, it's definitely a lot of spin, but I feel like again, the people like if you keep it real, they're not gonna like what they find. But here's the thing: you've seen Film Red, right?
I have.
And at the beginning of Film Red, it was a different feel or perspective they were giving, where it's normally about how terrible the Marines are and how oppressive they can be. In Film Red, I like that perspective because it was just like, bro, pirates have ruined everything. They destroyed countries, they destroyed people. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, oh damn, like there are a lot more bad pirates than there are good ones.
A lot more.
And if we had, I'm sure for a lot of people, if you're picking between the two,
Just a thought, just a personal thought. You know, the biggest takeaway I had with Film Red, there's this idea that people have where living for themselves is like the only thing that matters, right? And Film Red really shows that piracy, aka living for yourself, is a double-edged sword. While you can do a whole lot of good for a lot of people, there is more than likely going to be one person whose life that you did trample over for you to live like that. So, just a thought. Just a thought.
yeah, we talk about Luffy and the Straw Hats and people like Law and Whitebeard and what they did, but look at Crocodile, look at Doflamingo, look at Blackbeard, like a Big Mom. I mean, and then Big Mom, there's a give and take there because she's providing protection for people, but she's also like, yo, you got to give me some of your lifespan. You know what I'm saying? Just to stay here. And so it's just like, I think for the people, they're picking the lesser of two evils. And at the end of the day, I'm interested in where the story goes because even if Luffy and them get rid of the celestial dragons, right? At the end of the day, pirates are still going to exist.
Yes, they are.
And pirates, I think, I think they're worse than the celestial dragons. Just how much the collection of pirates and what we have in regards to the world government. I know the world government is fucked up,
Right.
but what the pirates do, I don't know, man. It's without the world government. If pirates were like to rule the world, like remember Kaido and Big Mom, they wanted to take over the world.
Can you imagine
think the world? You think the world would be as quote unquote good as it is now? Nigga, they'd have everybody fighting for position on the crew. It don't matter.
Yeah.
Men, women, and children all fighting for a position.
Yes, so it'd be nothing but anarchy, and here's something I really want to express because I'm seeing people, and I'm glad people in the chat are confused. They're a little rattled, and I like that because that's the whole point of this conversation. If you think about the fact that if you remove the celestial dragons and the Gorosei, what takes its place? Are you gonna
Something
say
worse.
something worse? Are you gonna say the revolutionaries are gonna step in place and say, "All right, we're gonna have a democracy and everything's gonna be a-okay"?
They don't
Here's
have the
why.
facilities.
Here's why I want people to understand why we're having this conversation. When you deal with human nature and you get rid of one evil, there will always be another evil to take its place. There will always be another group of people with their own agenda and their own ideology, and they will enforce it by whatever means necessary. That is society in itself.
Think about the girls or the world government, why they want to keep the Yonko in place. Because at least they know their enemy, right? And they can somewhat balance out each other. The most scary thing is for them to have a new Yonko or replacing Yonko every year.
Yep.
We're like, man, I don't know. Like when Crocodile got replaced, they're like, okay, it's Shanks, he's moving on Whitebeard, but we ain't too worried about him because you know Shanks, right? Let's more worry about fulfilling or filling this spot of the warlord because you know Shanks. If that's a completely new person, new Yonko, it makes things so much more scary, and that kind of amplifies how I view like something like Marineford, where they knew with them having Ace that would trigger a war, and they fully expected that. They accepted it, and they're like, all right, it's about to be a war against Whitebeard, even though Whitebeard is somewhat of a pacifist. He doesn't really cause any trouble.
Yeah.
They're like, how we can deal a blow against the pirates. Which, again, when we think of everything that goes into taking on a Yonko, that took a lot of balls.
Yeah.
That took a lot of balls to say, nah, we gonna keep Ace and we gonna execute him publicly, nigga. Come get him. That based on how much they try to preserve this balance, it's like that was different. That was different for them to do that shit.
And I agree 100%. It's a ballsy statement, but you have to make statements like that to let the world know, like,
Yeah.
this, you cannot oppose us. Evil won't stand because that is the propaganda that they want to put forward, right?
Yep.
And the beauty of what we're seeing in One Piece right now is that we're seeing the terrible things that the Gorosei do, but Oda doesn't often show us the terrible things that the pirates are doing around the world. We're just seeing about the terrible things that the Gorosei, the Celestial Dragons, are doing around the world. And you see how these pirates come to power. Now, it's not to say there's not issues, right? That's how life is. There's always going to be
for sure.
bad sides of things. And we'll get into that once we get into Fishman Island, because right now we're just talking about the Gorosei in totality. We're going to get deeper, and then we're going to really be able to break things down. But just to go back to your point, it is scary how Oda's going to end this series for me, because I want to see, one, what is Luffy's dream? What will Luffy accomplish by taking down the world government? Will Luffy even take down the world government? What Dragon's goal is to take out the Celestial Dragons?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he said take out the Gorosei, but I think the Gorosei would be a part of that. Would you assume so?
I think if you take out the Celestial Dragons, the Gorosei then become unnecessary. You see what I mean? Because they basically are the face of the Celestial Dragons. That's who they represent. So if you get rid of the Gorosei, the Celestial Dragons, the Gorosei, they are no longer needed. So I think they have to go as well. But you know, I like the fact that Oda did clarify the fact that they just want to take out the Celestial Dragons, because my thing was, okay, if you want to replace the entire government, you got to have a lot of things in place and have a plan in place. But that does make things a bit more tedious, because for Dragon, it's like, okay, you want to take out the Celestial Dragons, right? And you just leave the Marines to govern the way they've been governing?
Yeah.
Or are you taking out the Celestial Dragons and then quote unquote bad Marines? You know what I mean? But even still, as crazy as it is, Akainu as Fleet Admiral has not been bad.
No, I wouldn't say so.
He hasn't been, well, as far as we know, sending niggas to destroy countries, just being super radical. He's been thinking, he's been conservative. And so it's just like, I don't think it's been that bad at all, considering how radical this Marine is. The people that are taking out islands and taking out countries are the Gorosei and the Celestial Dragons.
It's Emu, yeah, all of them.
You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, I think for Dragon and them, and I don't know if that's Oda opening up a lane for us to say, hey, yeah, they're, the Marines are bad, but look at what Akainu, probably one of the worst Marines, are looking or doing. He hasn't done anything bad since he's been Fleet Admiral. Granted, he hasn't done much, but he ain't really did nothing yet.
So would you say if Dragon takes out the Gorosei and the Celestial Dragons, Luffy runs off because he's obviously has nothing to do with it? Would you Akainu leads the world government?
Mm-hmm.
Would that be okay?
I think based on what he's shown so far, he has the chops and the balls to go up against the pirates. So he's willing to do what's necessary against the pirates. I think so far, I would not have a problem with him continuing to lead the Marines. That's kind of how I'm looking at it.
Interesting. I feel like we would have to get a backstory for him to see his motivations and where it comes from.
I'm sure some pirates did some shit.
That has to be. That has to be.
I'm sure some pirates did some shit. It's like that. I feel like for most of these characters, it's rooted in that. That a lot of these people, they interacted with the pirates, and then pirates did some fucked up shit. It's not that many Whitebeards and Luffy's and I guess even Rogers running around. There's a lot more kids, a lot more Shikis, a lot more fucking. Listen, as much as we like this guy, he isn't the best dude. Bartolomeo. Okay,
he's not a good guy. That's not a good nigga. It's not.
You know what I'm saying? But we love him because he loves Luffy. So it's just like, I mean, I'm sure if Luffy tells him, "Hey, don't kill people anymore," he probably gonna stop. But it's more people like that they got to do what they got to do to survive. So, I mean, that's kind of the issue, or somewhat an issue I have with One Piece and Luffy's dream, because of how disconnected he seems to be from the oppression or everything else in the world. Yes, he doesn't want to be called the hero. He doesn't want to be, branded as that. However, I think at some point we have to have a mission in regards to making the world better. I think Oda's going to make it somewhat inconsequential, where Luffy's dream is going to tie into the world being better. But with Luffy being so disconnected from it, I wonder if the payoff is gonna matter as much, because that was never his purpose, to make the world better. But I guess he has his brother on the other side with Sabo. That's kind of what he's trying to do, so he fulfills that. But it kind of takes away from it for me with Luffy. He's not really interested in anything other than being free. So
let's get into that, because at this point we're talking about idealism and reality. And one thing that I've noticed about One Piece, and this is one of the gripes that we had at the end of Wano as well, was idealism and reality, right? We've killed Orochi. Everything's better now. We're good. Without addressing the main issue that caused Orochi in the first place, right? I'm not going to open up that can of worms again, because that caused unnecessary amounts of fighting. We don't have to do that. But I'm using that as an example because now we're getting into Luffy's dream. And the reason Oda's withheld Luffy's dream this long is because, like you said, I think it has something to do with the overall structure of the world that's trying to be built against what the Gorosei have built. And if that is the case, I would equate Luffy's ideology to anarchy, in a sense that Luffy goes into these kingdoms,
very much so,
destroys the regime. Every time, every kingdom that he's gone to destroys the regime, someone else takes over. Now, it works because this is a fictional story and Oda can make it look good. But there's also problems that arise from that. Because once and look what happened to Cobra. Cobra's dead now. God knows what's happened to Alabasta, right? With King Riku, the Shichibukai, all that, we wanted to get rid of the Shichibukai. Now we have SSG. When Luffy goes to these places, he's gonna destroy Fishman Island, because we still need to go back to that. That's gonna happen.
Yeah.
I am worried that Luffy's anarchy is gonna be rewarded in a way that we can see anarchy as a means to an end, when anarchy just leaves power vacuums. And we've seen cases of revolution all over our history. If you're looking at, how America was formed, if we're looking at the French Revolution, what happens with these regimes? I mean, you can look at and there's other revolutions like the Nazis, the fascists, Stalin, the Iron Curtain, Mao. regardless. Revolution happens all over the place. We're like, yo, burn everything down and we're going to start anew. Depending on the ideology that comes in, someone else is going to come in with a new regime. So, depending on what Luffy's dream is, and I'm praying it's something wholesome, like, all right, I want everyone to party under the sun where everyone can understand each other, and that would be a very shonen way to end things. I know some people would be upset, like, oh, no, we can't.
Hell
no. Yeah, they'd be upset, but at the same time, one thing that we know is that, you have to understand each other. We're going back to Naruto. The main concern I have is that Oda writes his story in such a way that he leaves these questions out there. Fishman Island is the perfect example of that. Queen Otahime, Hody Jones, Fisher Tiger, Jinbei, Arlong, Neptune, The Reverie with Shirahoshi, Maizogar, Don Quixote. These small examples you're seeing. Oda's putting it in our face that, yeah, everything makes sense. Everything is all hunky dory, but at the same time, it's really not. There's still things that you need to overcome. There's still a system that needs to be overthrown in order for another one to come through. And how you do that is dependent on who's in power. Jinbei wants to do it by working through the government. He couldn't do that because of Whitebeard and his allegiance to Whitebeard, who was only about, all right, I'm going to destroy the world to get Ace back. Now Jinbei's with Luffy. Luffy only solves things with his fists. He doesn't solve things with his words. A lot of people try to think that Luffy solves things with his words. He doesn't do that. He didn't do it with Katakuri. He didn't do it with Dofi. He just beat Dofi up, put him in jail. Beat Arlong up, put him in jail. Beat Crocodile up, put him in jail. Luffy solves things with his fists. How Luffy's gonna solve this issue of the world? It can't just be with his fists. There's no way.
Yeah.
So then what happens?
I think for Luffy, it presents a very interesting thing because Oda is somewhat setting it up for everyone else to do the things Luffy doesn't want to do, his crew, right? And so I think Oda did play with it a bit when he mentioned that, with the breakout of Impel Down, all the people that escaped, all the level 6 prisoners that escaped, but we haven't seen the repercussions of that. Something that would be cool one time if it happened, but I don't think it would ever happen because of Luffy's special ability, quote unquote, where he can tell if somebody's good or not. Where if he went, destroyed the people in power, right? Then after they find out that, you know what, the people that you destroyed were actually good people. You know what I'm saying? And the ones that you put in power, those are kind of the fucked up ones. But Oda kind of throws, the magical thing of Luffy deciding who's good and who's not in there, so that kind of prevents that. But for a lot of the Straw Hats, or just like how they go about things, where it's like, we're just going to go and rip things up and whatever happens, happens. Which works in this world, but, logically, it's like you destroy a current regime and you throw somebody else in there. It's so many issues that would come about when you just uproot a system and throw a completely different person in there. So it's like, I would like for Oda to touch on that stuff, but he's shown that with Luffy as a character, he doesn't care, so Oda isn't going to press it too much. He's not going to give us a deep dive. Like, for politics as well, I guess when we think of politics, do you think we ever, because we got the Reverie, and then when I think of like politics, I feel like this is a bit excessive. But for instance, the election arc in Hunter x Hunter, right, where we got a breakdown of not only votes that should happen, processes in place to recruit people, what could happen after the fact, the issues if you recruit certain people. We would never get that, but we really did not even see the conversations they had at the Reverie.
We did not, and that's very important. Very, very important.
You know what I'm saying? And I wish that maybe we go back and we get some more information there, but we got an abbreviated version. We got to see some of the issues, but I would like to see more from the people of the different countries, maybe some of the qualms, some of the things that they do well, some of the things that they do for their countries. But it's like right now we haven't seen them. Do you think we go back and see all those conversations at a later date?
It's possible. It's possible because of Cobra and us going back to see We have
What
to
happened?
we have to see what happened. There's no way Oda's not going to show us what happened. Whether it's a panel or an actual chapter, we're going to see what happened. We're going to see the conversation, what led to it. I don't think we're going to get everyone in the reverie arguing, but I think we're going to get Cobra talking to the Gorosei. And with that conversation, they're probably going to have a very deep philosophical conversation about the world, and Cobra's going to say something that would compromise the balance of the world. That's how I see it, and that's what ultimately leads to his demise.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I hope we go back. It's just, I think that's something that One Piece does, where we save things for later, then we go back, and it makes more sense after the fact.
Yeah.
But in regards to these political issues and Luffy, like you said, I think once we find out more about his dream, we can kind of decipher exactly how it fits with the ending of the world. I think even how the world end or the One Piece story ends is going to be important because there's been more, I guess, different opinions about the process of things where it goes, hey, we go fight the world government, then we come back and we find the One Piece. Where I know Ardo was saying that, right? Where he's like, okay, that was never explicitly stated that we're going to find the One Piece and then go and fight the world government.
Yep.
Like a lot of these things were mistranslations, and we kind of took it and ran with it, saying, "Oh, we find a One Piece, then we go, get to the end of the world." Where I'm like, personally, I don't think One Piece can go that way, where we go and fight the world government and come back, and the One Piece is the last thing we find, and that's kind of like one of the last pages. That, bro, because that means Blackbeard is Blackbeard a part of the war, the final war? Does Blackbeard do something else? Like, is Shanks? The Shanks doesn't have to die. Shanks could be there, I guess, but it just the sequence of events. That's something as well where it's so murky, and so once we get a clearer picture with that, I think we could get some more into Luffy's dream, and again, even finding out what it is. So, we can go from there with that.
It's funny you say that because we're going to tie that into what Alpha Beta just asked us. And he's saying, are we sure the ancient kingdom is 100% good? And that's centered around the D clan. Luffy is a D. Luffy's dream seems to be intrinsically tied with D behavior. Are we 100% sure that the ancient kingdom was good? Because they were stopped, 20 kingdoms rebelled against them for a specific reason. And
Facts.
if what I think is correct, Luffy's gonna figure out the full history. There's no way he's not. Vegapunk and Robin will ensure it, and then Luffy's gonna make a decision because Rayleigh told Luffy, when you find out, will you make a decision differently than what me and Roger did? Luffy's gonna be put in that position that we just talked about, where he has to pick a side. Or he'll choose not to pick a side, but then at that point, Luffy just as bad as the other niggas, if he doesn't do anything about it.
I think I'm 100% certain that the Ancient Kingdom wasn't good. I think it was something about them that made the other 20 kingdoms rebel, including the Kingdom of Alabasta, by the way. And I don't necessarily think it's as simple as good and bad.
It's not. I don't think so.
Based on Egghead and what we've been learning, I think that the Ancient Kingdom, and again, with the Ancient Kingdom, there are different translations, Great Kingdom, Large Kingdom, different things. I think the Ancient Kingdom were experimenting. They were doing it too many things that the other kingdoms felt like they're going to destroy the world. They're not necessarily bad. They were just too ambitious.
Yep.
And so the goal was for them to come together and to somewhat bring some checks and balances in place. Because they had to be stopped. They had to be quelled, not because they were bad necessarily, but they were doing a bit too much and the world was in danger. Now, the people that came together, they had their own plans. It was like, all right, what if we take over? And I think that's part of the reason why Alabasta was like, nah, this not
what we signed up for. Yeah.
This is not what we signed up for. We wanted to kind of stop them from doing all that, but y'all are trying to take over and then use the weapons. Nah, we out. You know what I'm saying? I see I see Silver Jin saying this is how you guys set yourself up to be disappointed. Because the D clan was secretly evil. The stories clearly set up to show that they were oppressed and wiped out. I think in One Piece, it's always going to be subversion of expectations. It's always going to be something that we expect it to be, and it isn't. We see time and time again. The example I use all the time is when we see Whitebeard for the first time, and when we see Whitebeard, his his box said the strongest man in the world. Well, before we see Whitebeard, Buggy told us this man was scary, the strongest man in the world, and that if anything happens to his crew member, he's the person that's going to take care of it. We saw Whitebeard for the first time, and this man was hooked up to every fucking wire you could think of.
Yep.
And so think about our expectation of Whitebeard before we saw him. Whitebeard was not what I expected him to be at all.
Nope.
This was a sick old man that looked like he was hanging on to life. And so I think another example we could pull from, I'm trying to think, because it's a bunch of them that Oda uses in the story where it's just like, hey, this is Big Mom. Before we met Big Mom, they talk about Big Mom's network, how organized Big Mom seems to be, how if anything happens, Big Mom is gonna. Then you get some more details of Big Mom and how things actually are in Whole Cake Island.
I see.
Big Mom is a mess.
Nutcase.
Everybody is every day trying to do everything in their power to hold things together. She's a fucking mess. And so, yeah, it's showing us that, oh my God, the Ancient Kingdom. Like, what about the Ancient Kingdom? Yeah, I agree that I don't think they're bad people, but I don't think it's going to be as straightforward as, oh, all these people came together and, bro, there's some shit going on there. It's not as cut and dry as they were oppressed. You're going to oppress. How does the kingdom that was in power, that was more advanced than anybody? We still haven't caught up yet. They were oppressed? You think they were oppressed? Bro, there's more to the story. And then here's the thing. I don't even think us theorizing about, that could possibly be the case necessarily screams disappointment. I feel like me and Jay specifically, we're at a point where no matter what happens in the story, we're here for it.
Yep.
This is just a conversation about what we think is going to happen. But don't try to group us into the camp that's if something don't go our way, we mad at it.
Yes.
That's not, when we talk about One Piece of things we don't like, it's not because things didn't go our way. We just didn't like what happened. Like, I'm never mad about One Piece because One Piece didn't fulfill my theory. So it's just, I think for the Ancient Kingdom, there's a lot more to it than they were this superpower, this powerhouse, and then all these 20 random kingdoms came and took over. It's more to it than that. I'm sorry. I refuse to believe that.
It's way more to it than that. And then just to add on to that point, what is the common perception of the D clan in general, especially with the community?
I don't know how you can say that. My bad, bro. I don't know how you can say like they're all 100% good, because if we say the Ancient Kingdom is basically the kingdom for the D clan, go down the list of the D members that we have. We got Luffy, got Blackbeard, got Roger, and we got Rocks. I don't know.
Niggas are evil.
Two of them niggas, we got to look at it, and you know what I'm saying, a little bit, look at them a little funny in the light. So I think, again, with One Piece, it's never what you expect. It's never what you expect. You go into it, and you have certain expectations, and Oda plays around with that, right? He builds things up for us to think certain things, but then we like, oh shit, this is not what I expected at all.
Yes.
But perfect example again, Kuma.
Yep.
In the story right now, Jinbei thinks something about Kuma, Bonnie thinks something about Kuma, and then what we know about Kuma. I don't know what the fuck to believe about Kuma.
You don't. We still don't know. We still don't know what he did.
We saw how Jinbei perceives Kuma, right? Then we saw how Bonnie perceives Kuma. Then we saw how Sabo perceives Kuma. We saw how Dragon and Ivankov perceives Kuma. What do you believe about Kuma? So I think it's, at the end of the day, yes, there are people that create their own theories and they get stuck in their headcanon, and then when it doesn't go their way, they shit on the story.
Yep.
I don't think we're not at that place.
No, we're not at that
all.
place. And then
At
the
all.
reason, and to add on to that, the reason we're having the stream in the first place is because I'm trying to emphasize to you that everything that we expect One Piece to follow the textbook shonen route all the time, right? And then we look at stories like Ohara, and we look at stories like Fishman Island, and we look at stories like Otahime, when the good guys lose and the good guys die, and when the world government to the rest of the world are the good guys, and the good guys to us are the bad guys to the rest of the world. One Piece is not your typical shonen. No matter how much you really want to push it, we're having this conversation because the topics we're talking about have elements of a story that are very, very, very realistic. Very realistic. Which is why, for you to assert that the D are 100% good is not the case. Because I'm sorry, but 20 kingdoms going against one kingdom, there has to be something there that the D did. And they're like, no, 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 times 15.
There got to be something. But here's the problem as well.
Yeah.
I think there is a problem.
No.
This in general is an issue if there's one kingdom that's head and shoulders above everybody, and there are no checks in place.
Yeah, balance of
Meaning,
power.
if they decided to destroy the world, no one could stop them. We see it all the time in like comic books or just like when the Justice League, when we talk about Superman, where Batman's like, yeah, nigga, I know you Superman and we cool, but we gotta have something to stop you just in case.
Yep.
Just in case you decide to destroy the world, we gotta have something that's able to stop you. And for the ancient kingdom, as much as strong as they seem to have been, we need some way to curb them. And if they were against that, I could see the other kingdoms saying, "Now we got to go to war."
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And then that's the beauty of it. That's the beauty of that's the reason why we talk about idealism versus reality. That's why the Gorosei are here. That's why they make these decisions. And then and I love that we stayed on this topic for a while because it seems like now we're having the philosophical debate. We're not even talking about like the nitty gritties and the other things about One Piece that make it real, but it's clear and it's evident in everybody in the stream that you perceive One Piece as either a shonen story. Brocco and that do say.
That's what I'm saying. Like, yo.
Sorry. I'm sorry, it took me out. Yo.
I've seen them dissect like they're not drinking it like juice or water. I don't.
He said that do say.
I'm like, damn, these niggas perceptive. Nah, it's just water. It's just water.
It's just water. It's just water, man. It's just water.
Let's just say it's water.
Let's just say it's water. But yeah, no, that's the thing. It's like at the end of the day, sometimes people have first of all, there's no good side in war. When there is war, it's only I'm right versus you're right, and the winner decides who is really right. There's no good sides to war. That's what Doflamingo's speech. That's it. Once you're at war, there's no good side. A lot of people like to say we're doing this for the good of mankind. It's all agenda.
I guess, but like for instance, like the Marineford War, right? I guess who was wrong in that war?
In the Marineford War?
Yeah, who you would say is wrong?
If I had to be honest, it would have to be Whitebeard.
Oh,
It would have to be
wrong.
It'd have to be Whitebeard. It'd have to be.
Because he was.
I mean, he did invade, kill a bunch
that
of Marine.
was,
No, he invaded, killed a
going
bunch
to
of,
get his son
in,
back
like,
that was captured for breaking the rules, but he was captured by another pirate that they awarded for capturing him.
Yep. If we're going by the view of the world, yes.
And so for the world government, I guess their perspective is, but I guess we got to remember. Well, let me ask you this: let's say Ace, right, was never a pirate and just a regular civilian. Would the Marines ever still try to get rid of him?
The sad part is they would, especially if they knew he was Gold D. Rogers' son, and that Ace was just a regular nigga.
Because remember,
they do it more discreetly.
They tried to do it.
They did.
oh, shut up.
Before he was born. You see what I'm saying? So it's just like if somebody was gonna get destroyed or killed, no matter what, just for existing, then for him and somebody protecting him, is everything what they did actually wrong?
Careful.
That's why it's so
This
weird
journey
with that,
must not end.
you know.
Careful.
He's not gonna let it go because Rick said Lulu's here. He's not gonna let it go. He's not gonna let it go.
If they, at that point, I guess it goes back to Ace and like I guess his story, because at that point, did he really have a choice based on his decisions and how he chose to live his life? Because he was going to be hunted regardless. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like I don't know. I mean, they have Garp as a Marine, but if Ace decided to be a Marine, would he actually get the piece that he would need? Like, would they say, "Oh, he's the son of Gold Roger, but it's all good"? Or would it be like secret plans to kind of get rid of him because of what he represents?
They would have assassinated him 100%. If he was just a regular civilian, they would have assassinated him, and it would have been done in the shadows, and nobody would have known if they had found out. That's all. That's exactly how it would have happened. And that, again, it goes into hand. Like, is that right? Are they right?
I mean,
for doing
again, I think who's in power? You make the rules, you make those decisions. Because if you're the world government, you're trying to basically stop pirates. You're basically trying to end this era that Gold Roger created, and you're trying to make sure that they're not any more like him, and nobody else can continue his will. So I understand that perspective. Now, I agree with you with Whitebeard, but I don't think it's necessarily wrong because of him going against them for the war. I just think Whitebeard made a bunch of missteps before then.
Yeah.
Where he didn't really understand his son. And, again, I'm looking at it from the perspective of Whitebeard being that old, being sick. It's only so many things you can worry about.
Yeah.
And so, when you have people like Squard and, how do you overlook somebody like Blackbeard on the crew, or just like Ace, you didn't allow him to go to Wano, but then, somebody was killed under him, one of his guys. And then at that point, you understand his frustration where he's like, just let it go. It's just, again, I wish Oda would have touched on that a little more and how more people felt about it. Right? Was Ace the only person that was that mad about Thatch being killed?
Yeah.
Ace is the only nigga
Only one
that was mad about it. Nobody else was mad. Nobody else was like, all right, Pops. This nigga killed Thatch. Like, he killed Thatch.
It's Thatch, Pops. It's Thatch.
You know what I'm saying? We didn't say nothing about Odin and Hiyori and Momonosuke. We don't know about them niggas, right? We didn't say nothing about that. They grew up, they were born on the ship. We didn't say nothing about it. But Thatch?
But Thatch.
Rocking with us, bro. We don't got a chef no more.
Nothing, bro. No ribs no more, dog. Yo, Rib Sunday is gone, bro.
It's over. And we can't go get back Thatch. I'm sure Whitebeard was like, after they had like a meeting on the Moby Dick and was like, yo, hey man, Ace left to go get Blackbeard. All them niggas was like, shit, what you thought he was gonna do? What you shit?
Nobody went with him, yo.
They like, hey man, that's what he supposed to do. But none of these niggas even went with him. Like, it's just weird. It's just wild. I think that should have been handled better. But as a dad, for Whitebeard pulling up, like, first off, as a dad, say you're gonna execute my son, right?
Right.
Well, you telling me you're gonna execute my son publicly, and you telling me the day of? You telling me the day is gonna happen?
Yeah.
You like,
that's
I'm gonna kill your son.
Yet more.
I'm gonna tell you the day, and ain't shit you can do about it.
And we're gonna nationally televise it for the streets.
And we're gonna show that shit for the. Oh nah! Now I gotta pull up, even if I ain't feel. Now I gotta pull up on you. You playing with me now?
Yeah.
And
He
so,
had no choice. He had no choice but to pull up.
No, but if he didn't pull up, there would not be any more Whitebeard pirates.
No, they would be done.
They'd be like, nah, he not spinning the block for Odin, Thatch, or Ace. Oh hell nah. Motherfucking Speed Drew, like, if something happened to me, I know Whitebeard ain't pulling up for real.
Exactly.
If he ain't pull up for them niggas, he ain't pull up for his brother, one of his commanders, and his son.
Yeah.
Oh nah.
Vista out.
He had to do it.
Vista, Joe's were like, nah, I can't do that. I can't mess with you no more, Pops. We all like days. We may not like that, but we like days.
Yeah, right, yeah. That nigga couldn't cook like that anyway. They say you should have moved on Impel Down. Impel Down is more difficult, I think. If he tried to go to Impel Down, nah.
Think about how hard it was just to get there.
Yeah.
It's really hard to get to Impel Down. You had to do covert. The only way you get to Impel Down is through covert means. The only reason Blackbeard got to Impel Down is because he was a Shichibu guy. Yeah, that's it.
Impel Down that's way too much logistics to do that.
Way too hard to do that. It's easier to go up to Marineford, even though saying that's wild, but it's like, yo, just pull up.
Yeah. Whitebeard, the thing is with Whitebeard and Odin, they found out that Odin died, right? And so if Whitebeard went to Wano, he would be avenging Odin as opposed to saving him.
Yeah.
The only issue with that, my only issue with that is, well, I would at least send somebody to do some covert ops or go send somebody there to figure out what's going on. Whitebeard, it was no care for Hiyori or Momonosuke. It was just like, all right, man, what's done is done. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing we can do with that. That's my only thing. I understand like not going to war and all that. Send somebody there to do some recon. See what's going on here. He didn't care about none of that.
No.
And so it's just like, I feel like if my brother died, I would at least go. I would go to Kaido and be like, yo, Odin, I heard Odin is dead. That was my brother. Are his kids still alive? If his kids are still alive, you're gonna need to run me them kids, bro.
Yeah.
You gonna need to run me them kids, or we gonna fight. And,
and he could destroy all of Wano. He could have destroyed
what I'm saying?
immediately.
Kaido probably like, man, nigga, I didn't know they was alive. Now if I know they are, they gonna die too, nigga.
Exactly. You can't say that. He kill him because Kaido don't care. He kill him in front of Whitebeard.
I think Whitebeard was low key scared of Kaido, bro. I think he didn't want that smoke. I think he wanted that smoke at that time. Low key. I think at that point he realized he was kind of a little, you know what I'm saying, a little up there. And so he was like, we can't risk war. We can't. So it's tough. He said, what if he didn't care because he knew it wasn't the right time? This was to be based on time. What if Whitebeard knew I can't make a move? No, Whitebeard, here's the thing, and why I understand Whitebeard's perspective. What Whitebeard represented was not just the strongest man in the seas. It was a symbol, right? Yeah. And he was someone that was somewhat, they said he stood before the throne and low key somewhat protected it. And I think for Whitebeard, think of all the territories that he has and like what his name meant and the peace that he brought just from being alive. And so for him, if there's any question that could, be detrimental to any of that, I'm sure he's going to think long and hard about making those decisions because if he die, a lot more people would suffer. Yeah. And that just shows you just how immense it was of a decision for him to go after Ace. Because with Whitebeard dead, look how much shit happened. Whitebeard outlawed slavery in his territories. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. And so, for him to make a move like that, it would take a lot. So I get it. But, it's a Whitebeard mid-dips Kaido in his prime. No. I don't think so.
No.
I don't think so.
Not at all. Not at all.
And at that point, I don't think Whitebeard was in his prime. I don't think Whitebeard... I guess when he found out Odin died.
He'd be in the tail end.
Probably the tail end.
The tail end of his prime. So you're thinking like 20. You're thinking LeBron in the bubble. That's what you're thinking.
It just depends on if was he sick yet. That's what it really depends on. Was he sick yet?
That's a good question, and that's something I guess we're just never gonna know.
Yeah,
that's something we're never gonna know. And even then, I think at this point it's already past it. We're already past the moment, so we can talk about what should have been done, but the decision has been made. Yeah, and no matter what we think Whitebeard should have done, we know that he made that decision based on the fact that Odin had already died. And then for him to go to Wano and destabilize Wano further, what's the benefit of him going and destroying Kaido? Who's there? Sukiyaki's not there. Momo's gonna take it's the case of that whole anarchy thing all over again. Whitebeard goes there, destroys Wano, fights Kaido. What do you get out of it? Oh, I preserved my honor. At the cost of who? The people of Wano? You think Whitebeard should be going over there with earthquakes and destroying everybody and everything because of Odin? He sailed with Odin for a year.
You think niggas was like DMing him saying, "Yo, you in slide for Odin"?
You ain't slide for Odin. Hitting him up with the Den Mushi like, yo, man, you a bitch. You ain't even slide for Odin.
But then the fact that Izo was on the crew the entire time and they make one step towards Wano, I guess it was a collective thing, bro.
Is yet
I'm just saying, that's tough. That's tough to know. I remember before we found out about like that whole thing, it was just like, how did Whitebeard find out? Did Whitebeard know? What was the scenario? You know, Oda gave us that little piece where Ace tried to go, you know, with Yamato and all that. But nah, the damage had been done. I understand why Whitebeard didn't go.
I understand as well. I mean, and again, it goes back to our whole, you know, the whole umbrella of the conversation that we started this on is these decisions are hard to make. And Whitebeard is one of those people we talked about who is big enough, strong enough, and smart enough to make big decisions that a lot of us won't agree with. Ace is the perfect example of someone who was not fit to make decisions like that. Shanks said, don't let Ace go because Shanks is one of those people who can make those decisions. He didn't listen. Ace got folded off screen. And then you cause an entire war. Whitebeard dies. Everyone's upset. The whole world has changed. All because of an emotional decision.
I think it's pride. Where Whitebeard was like, who's this young nigga pulling up on me trying to tell me how to raise my kids?
Yeah.
You know, I do think, listen, if say I'm a mob boss and another mob boss pulls up on me like, hey, yo, I think you should call your kid off. This nigga a little different. Look what he did to me. In the face of it, I'm be like, nigga, do you know who you talking to?
Yeah, bro.
Like, I sent him. But after that, I'm gonna be like, yo, Marco or Vista, y'all gotta go get Ace. Because I was worried about it. Now, I'm even more worried about it. Shanks said that he's not ready. Shanks? I'm like, all right, bro. We gotta send somebody to get Ace because Ace is not ready for that. I'm gonna listen, but I'm not gonna let Shanks know I'm listening. I would send somebody to get Ace. I'm not just gonna let him still out here roaming like. But I guess like the time when it happened, right? I don't know if there was much time after that though, because I believe those chapters were so close together. When Shanks pulled up on Whitebeard, it might be the same chapter, wasn't it? Like 432, where Shanks put up on Whitebeard, and then Ace found Blackbeard.
Yes.
I think so. I actually think so. Because, no, Ace versus Blackbeard was after Ennis Lobby. Was it not?
Wasn't Shanks pulled up on Whitebeard after Ennis Lobby, no?
No, I thought that was Jaya.
Was it Jaya?
I thought that was Jaya.
It was the same chapter.
It was the exact chapter. It was that exact chapter Ace had long before. Shanks met Whitebeard 434. It was the same episode in the anime. Oh, okay, yeah, you're correct. You're correct.
Yeah.
Never mind. Okay.
Yeah.
So what happened after Jaya? Because I'm pretty sure I thought there was something. Both was after Ennis Lobby. Then they probably alerted. They probably talked about Whitebeard.
They talked about Whitebeard and Shanks meeting.
Meeting after Jaya. Okay, that's what it was.
They talked about their meeting.
Okay. Fair enough.
But 434. So I guess Whitebeard didn't have enough time. He didn't have enough time to do anything. Because once he found out, Ace was already in trouble. Ace was in trouble by the time like Shanks pulled up on him and told him, "Hey, call him off." Yeah, so I mean, he probably would have done that.
So I know what it was. Whitebeard got Shanks's note from Rockstar after Giant.
Yeah,
and he tore it up. That's what it was. Okay, all right. So I knew I wasn't insane, but they didn't actually meet till post Ennis Lobby. Okay,
but
there we go.
You know how crazy that. You know how crazy that is though, where it's like Shanks sent a note first. First he sent Rockstar. Was like, yo, I'm gonna send my boy. By the way,
my boy Rockstar.
I'm gonna send my boy. All right. White bitch like, you know the fuck, I don't send no little nigga over here to me, right? And then Shanks pulled up on Shanks again. They said that Shanks fought through some of Whitebeard fleets to get to Whitebeard.
Yeah,
right. He was so determined to talk to him, bro. That don't worry you a little bit? A little bit? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Again, I think that's a lot of pride, you know, because he's the elder statesman on the seas, but. I would think based on who Whitebeard was and who Shanks was, it would be more amicable and more easier to get in contact. Like they got the Den Den Mushi number and shit. You know what I'm saying? But I guess with Whitebeard, it's like, okay, I know you from Roger's crew, but I still got to be on guard because at the end of the day, you're Yonko. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like I can't just assume it's all shits and giggles with that. So I
And
get
it's ironic because that's the politics between pirates, and we're just talking about politics on a very small. We're not even talking about world politics. We're talking about politics of piracy.
yeah.
And the fact
Yeah,
that they
that's
had to make
pirate
those tough
politics.
decisions. It's pirate politics. They had to make tough decisions. Who was right? Blackbeard was technically right for letting Ace go because he basically Ace was an emissary for his ideology. Ace is like, all right, I'm gonna go kill Blackbeard because he killed one of our sons. Whitebeard didn't want to do it because he was worried. For whatever reason, he was like, I don't know, man, maybe we should leave him alone. Ace is like, nah, nigga, he's done. Shanks goes up and is like, listen, you may not have seen it, but this lick, this devious lick that Blackbeard left on me, I'm Shanks.
Yeah.
Ace ain't Shanks.
That I'm Shanks and I got Shank, nigga. What you mean? Get him out now. Get him out, bro. God. I bought you the best sake, nigga. I am not blowing steam.
He said, I bought you the top shelf Douce.
Listen, top shelf Douce. Go get your son. Bring him home now. God damn, bro.
Oh my goodness, Whitebeard. That's why I love it. To me, Jayad post Ennis Lobby, my favorite moments in One Piece, man. Such good content because you can't really blame either side, and they didn't know the outcome. They didn't know. Shanks knew what would happen, but Whitebeard.
Shanks know he's gonna get folded. But the thing is, it's kind of like, I mean, I guess with that, because even with say Whitebeard sent Marco or something to go get Ace, and Ace pulled out. Luffy at that point,
he would have died.
Blackbeard's packing him up.
He would have killed. He would have finished Luffy.
Blackbeard is packing him up.
People don't understand. Go to Ennis Lobby. Not Ennis Lobby. Impel Down. That fight between Blackbeard and Luffy, and Jinbei wasn't there. Luffy is getting bullied. I'm talking. It's gonna be bad for him.
Here's the fact that Jinbei and Luffy are there, and Jinbei's like, "Hold on, nigga. This ain't what you want.
This is not what you want." Even if Jinbei like,
this ain't what you want.
Relax,
okay,
bro. Like, yo.
Think about Ace. What he didn't say is like, Ace got folded by this nigga. What you think is happening to you? Ace whooped my ass, okay? And he got folded by this nigga. Not now. All right, let's just go get him. We ain't fighting him right now.
Yeah.
And again, I think like people can kind of feel like just the power that Blackbeard has, and so off of that, they're like, nah, this ain't.
It's not
like,
one.
nah, you're just not ready. You're just not ready.
And when he chokeslammed Luffy, and the anime was toxic with it because you heard the crunching of concrete. You know what I'm saying? You heard it, and he hit him so hard. And Crocodile, he fought Luffy. He's like, what? He's bleeding, nigga. Like, wait a minute. I hit this nigga a bunch of times. He ain't never
like,
bleed
hold
once.
on.
Yo,
Bro, all them niggas was there, and they was like, nah.
Nah, this not the one. This not the one. We gotta get him out of here, son.
So Magellan beat Blackbeard. Nah, Magellan. Hey, that's one of my favorite moments, bro, because Blackbeard came in like, yo, like if they was cool.
What's up?
But Joe was like, what the fuck, pirates, Hydra,
And they going. You just see
What
him
you
all on the
talking
floor.
about?
Nothing but
You do
purple
not,
stuff.
bro. Ain't no conversation. Why are you here? Like you have no need to be here, bro.
No
Off of
questions
that.
asked, bro. None.
Nah, bro. You got to give Magellan his respect, but I don't think if it was like Blackbeard actually on guard.
No,
I don't think. Yeah, I don't think Magellan. But it's like Magellan. He just got that type of power where he can take you out like that. You know what I'm saying? But nah, Magellan's one of the coolest characters in One Piece. But Blackbeard, at that point, Luffy wasn't ready. Ace clearly wasn't ready. Jinbei wasn't ready. Crocodile's not ready. A lot of, especially the Devilry users, they getting folded. They getting absolutely folded.
Bully. It's bad.
So, nah. So, I mean, going back to Whitebeard and his decisions, I guess with the Ace one, he was kind of stuck because just like your young, hot-headed son, what are you gonna do? But I think just off of, I think if I know something is valuable, right? I know if something happens to this person, I'm sliding. I gotta protect him a little more. And I guess this brings us to the question of: do you think Black or Whitebeard was preparing Ace for taking over?
Yeah,
To take over the Whitebeard party.
absolutely.
You think Squad was correct?
Absolutely, I absolutely 100% think so, because the fact that he rose to second, to the commander of the second fleet that quickly over a lot of people that have been there already, and all of them are all. You could tell the Whitebeard pirates all respected Ace, and the fact that he knew he was Roger's son, he's like he has something in him that I know he can take over. I just need to train him a little bit more. He's not ready yet. He's not ready yet.
Yeah, I
He
thought
definitely, 100%.
Whitebeard was definitely capping the score. Like, what? No, I love all my sons the same. No, the
He
fuck.
lied, nigga. He lied.
Don't
You know how many
lie.
times Ace tried to kill that man in his sleep, bro? And he kept him alive? Come on, bro. Whitebeard was like, look at him, bro.
Nah. I definitely think he knew that Ace would be the next person to succeed him because even Marco, I don't think Marco wanted to be captain.
No.
Marco was chilling. He's like, I'm the first commander. I do what I got to do. I be my doctor. But we already got another doctor on the ship, so I don't really got to do shit. We all and we do our thing. But I do think he was trying to make Ace choose to take the mantle as opposed to forcing him. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want you to choose that, but it's kind of like Ace said he wanted to make Whitebeard the pirate. Whitebeard didn't want to be the fucking pirate.
He didn't want to, yeah.
Y'all didn't have that conversation? Or maybe Whitebeard said, nah, I don't want that. Ace like, no, I'm going to make you take the pirate king. Where it's like, do you think Ace had a thing where it's like, if I get Whitebeard to become the pirate king, that erases the stain of Goldie Rogers pirate king? So technically, it's kind of, I guess, smearing the name of my dad. Do you think it was just all vindictive with him? Or did he genuinely care about Whitebeard? What do you think was the motive behind that? Because Whitebeard clearly did not want to become pirate king.
I think secretly that would make a lot of sense. And I think it's more, it could either be that or it could be a case where Ace is looking at Whitebeard and it's like the biggest gift and the biggest thank you I can give you is by making you the king. Because you, to me, are better than Roger. So I want you to be better than Roger. I want to look and see, oh, the real pirate king is Whitebeard. So it's more of an F you to Roger. It's more of an F you to Roger than anything.
Yeah. Because if Whitebeard becomes pirate king, that title loses a bit of its luster.
Yep, it diminishes the legacy of Roger.
It diminishes it a little bit. And so for Ace, it's kind of like Ace was a little selfish ass nigga.
Imagine LeBron going 6-0. All of a sudden, Jordan 6-0 don't look too hot no more. And, hey, Bron did it.
Yeah, Bron did it.
Bron did it. Who cares? You know? It's just a little messy.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. I mean, with Ace, bro, he was haunted, dog. All the shit that he went through when he was younger, it's just like, just for being the son of the Pirate King, you know, it's that shit fucked him up. You read the Ace novel, right? You read what Shanks and Ben Beckman said about him?
I read what Shanks and Ben Beckman said about him, but I didn't finish the Ace novel yet. Because I'm gonna say Ace is gonna be another topic of this little podcast. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot
Ben
to unpack
Beckman,
with Ace.
yeah, they chewed him up, man. They chewed him up.
They tore him up. I'm not surprised, man.
I mean, like you said, that's why Otis kind of showing Sabo as what Ace probably should have done, right?
Yeah.
Be a revolutionary to kind of carve out your own way as opposed to trying to fit in and force Whitebeard to be Pirate King to do something he don't want to do just to be, you know, vindictive towards your actual dad. So, you know, it's a lot going on there. More pirate politics.
And it just goes to show when people say we shouldn't talk about politics in One Piece, you realize there's politics in everything that happens in One Piece. And you know, before we move on to the next topic, last time it took me to the end of the stream to actually read some of these super chats. Oh my god, have they disappeared? There's no way they disappeared. All right, well, I'm gonna have to scroll up and find one of them.
They should be in the studio.
It should be in the studio. I'm in the studio, but it says there's none of them, but I can see them. Fernando Barragan with $2. I'm new to the One Piece community, but you two are my goats for real. Appreciate you, Fernando. We also got $5 from
Shout out to you,
Adam.
Fernando.
Yes, sir. Do we think Whitebeard knew the true history of the world and importance of Wano? Because if so, how do you let Wano fall into the wrong hands?
Say that again. Wait, ask the question again one more time.
He said, "Do you think Whitebeard knew the true history of the world and the importance of Wano? Because if so, how do you let Wano fall into the wrong hands?"
Did Whitebeard know the true history?
I feel like there's no way he would. Because remember, Roger wanted to tell him the true history. And he said, "I'm not interested." What? No. Didn't Roger tell him about the D clan? When they're in the island with all the Sakura leaves, right? The Sakura
Roger
leaves.
told him. Roger had a conversation with him. We don't know exactly what he told him, but he seems to know about the D clan and the history of the world. I'm not sure how intricate or detailed it has to do with Wano and specifically holding Wano.
I am both here and everywhere.
But it's like, I guess with Wano, it's a difficult thing because technically, you know what? That's a tough one because while a lot of things could have been stopped or saved with while Odin is sailing with Roger. Say when he went back to Wano, right? And he realized his country, he was losing his country. At that point, do you put in a little call, a little favor? Like, yo, brother, I'm out here. My wife and my kids, they could possibly be in trouble. Can you pull up on Wano for me? But I don't know. I think it's just weird. It's weird, but I don't think Whitebeard knew. I don't think Whitebeard knew.
I think he knew something. I
don't think he knew
something.
specifically how important Wano is.
Yes.
But he knew about like the history, but I don't think he knew specifically how important Wano was to everything.
Yeah, and I don't think so either. Unfortunately,
we're not doing that.
I do apologize. It looks like viewer activity did not save some of the super chats that we had. So I do apologize for some of the people that donated. I do appreciate that. Thank you so much. I apologize for not having viewer activity up. That's me. That's my fault. But I have it up now, and I will catch everything. We got Caleb Brown with $2. Loving this series. Keep it up, Mr. JDTCB. Appreciate you.
But Jay, you know you can pull up the old ones, right? The old super chats.
How?
Go to your YouTube studio and go to monetization, and then one of the tabs is supers.
All right, I'll go do that. And then a question from Princess Trunks. If you watch Dragon Ball Z Abridged, you know what that is. Not related, but do you think Mappa should animate Berserk?
Mappa has a great track record. I don't see why not.
I mean, with what they're doing with Chainsaw Man?
I haven't seen Chainsaw Man, but
Chainsaw Man is must watch. Chainsaw Man is must watch.
They really are cooking.
Yeah, anime of the year right there.
He said Jay's thinking, "Damn, Brago, shut it up. I ain't trying to read them."
Nah, that's cap. I can read them now. We out here. Hold on. All right, so we got.
They're calling you Joy D Legend.
Oh hell no, we're not doing that. Okay. Anywho, $10 from Crimson Emperor 88. This is the first super chat I got. Y'all are rats. Don Flamingo. They making fun of Cole. Don Flamingo's speech in Marineford also hits to $10. I agree.
I don't know why he says that.
I don't know why he said that.
I don't know why he said that.
Don Flamingo and Abu Salam, dog. That's the Cole specials right there. That's like my Lulu seeing, dog. All right, I'm not doing that. Yo. I thought that's how you're supposed to say it. I thought that's
we need a Lulu Sia shirt, bro.
We do need a Lulu Sia shirt, bro. I thought that's how you're supposed to say it, yo.
I guess.
I mean, if you spell it, if you spell it out, it says Lulu Sia.
I guess, bro.
I can read. I swear I can read.
Oh, man.
We got Brother Carter.
JB using his finger to trace the shit.
Lulu
Sia.
Shout out to Carter saying, we all know Carter, one of the biggest supporters of BDA and the JD family. Yeah, Carter.
Carter.
I keep telling Carter, we need to see him at DreamCon, bro. I gotta see Carter at DreamCon, bro.
Nah, for sure.
100%.
For sure.
TCB vets with a max contract, Bron and D Wade, of course. Appreciate you, brother. Yeah, don't smart. Go ahead, nigga. You know.
Jay got the max contract, bro. Jay got the max contract.
I took a year off Yeah, I took not. So I could have got the Supermax, but I only took 4 years so we could have more money, to sign
Are you trying to
Laz.
sign Laz and
Yeah, we trying to
Townsy
sign
and,
Laz. Well, we got
and
another one
Virgo?
coming. Just wait. There's
Oh,
another
word?
announcement coming. They don't know yet. Hold on.
Oh
There's a
man,
coach. There's a coach. They're hiring a new coach.
coach.
There's a new
Hey,
coach.
man.
I don't know. There's a famous
Like I
coach
said.
out there that needs to be announced.
Like I said, man, if OP want more of my talents, they gotta give me some equity in the company. You know what I'm saying?
When he in the company, I Kawhi, which you need a helicopter too.
I might need a helicopter.
Might need a helicopter. All right.
Then we can talk about it.
So we got Evan Johnson. That's the last super chat I think I see. Whitebeard's biggest issue is that it led to casualties. They could have just went during the fire festival. They have Ezo on their crew. Whitebeard folded.
I mean, I think Ezo's worse than Whitebeard
I
because
think so as
Ezo's
well.
Ezo's sister is there, and so I think at that point for Ezo not visiting Wano the entire time in like 20 years, right? It was 2 decades. Ezo ain't go back there. Come on, bro, that's despicable.
Yeah. No, I
You
agree
know
with
your
that.
sister's back there. You ain't give a damn.
Oh,
You ain't call her one time,
nothing.
and when you try to call her, it ain't work. You ain't go see what's going on. All right,
Couldn't be me. Ezo said, "Fuck him."
Insane.
He did.
insane.
He just forgot about his
Insane.
family and moved. I was like, all right.
Just left.
He didn't even come back. That's the wild part.
Ain't go back, bro. One time. Nah, bro.
That's wild. I never thought about it like that. Okay.
That's what I got.
We also got $5 from Anime Dimension. Whitebeard asked, "What is D?" And Roger said, "Okay, I will tell you." It's like quietly calling me back. I'll call him back. I will tell you that's why Whitebeard has a lot of hopes on Ace. Even Yamato believed Ace is one who will achieve Roger's dream.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Ace was special now. Like, we're not gonna act like Ace wasn't special. I think that's one of the reasons why he had to go. Because how do you eventually Whitebeard would have died? How do you justify it based on how special Ace seemed to be? And the novel even supports that, where Ace had the same trait that Luffy had, drawing people to him. I guess that's why him rising to the rank of second commander as young as he was, it makes sense. And then you have Luffy, his younger brother, who Ace is clearly stronger than, had a better devil fruit, I think more personable. Just, I feel like Luffy, who do you think is more likable? Like in general, not for us, but you meet the two. Who is more likable?
I would argue Ace.
That's what I'm
I
saying.
would definitely
Because
argue
remember
Ace.
Alabasta? You remember Alabasta? There was like, damn, your brother kind of lit.
It's like, you know what it's like? It's like Teen Titans where you got Starfire and Blackfire, dog.
Hey man, I'm just saying. It's like they met him. It's like, yo, I don't know.
Ace,
I mean,
not even just Ace. Remember Buggy, Alvita, and the Buggy Pirates? They got along with him real quick.
I think Ace had to go. Ace had to go. He was just the more likable brother. I'm trying to think of like another series where like, I mean, I guess I guess Itachi, right?
Itachi, Sasuke. I mean, you could. Would you say Alphonse and Edward?
Edward is way more likable than me.
Edward is way more likable, but in terms of like the group of people, I guess people gathered around Edward a lot more.
Edward was more, yeah, because Alphonse was. Because here's the thing: I think typically in those situations, right, the more, I guess, conservative brother isn't the more likable one, and the more, outgoing brother is the one that people, you know what I'm saying? So I think. I don't know if Itachi's more outgoing than Sasuke. That's a weird one. Or if Ace.
People, Itachi was respected for his genius and not for his person, and that's something
Yeah.
Itachi hated. As for Sasuke, it's just Sasuke was overshadowed by his brother, but people liked Sasuke more because of his youthful innocence, and he wasn't perceived as a genius. So you know how geniuses are hated. Ace wasn't really a genius, and that's where the difference lies.
I think it's tough because I don't know if you ever saw the Naruto filler. If Itachi didn't die, so in the filler, basically Itachi doesn't die. He doesn't kill his clan. They grow up, but what happens is Itachi's always one step ahead.
Yep.
So he's still a prodigy. You know, he's still fucking Ambu at whatever crazy age and all this different stuff. So Sasuke gets jealous and then leaves it to Orochimaru either way for more power because he wants to surpass Itachi.
Wow.
So it's just, yeah. So
I
it's
can
just
see
like
that. That's kind of wild.
Yeah.
I can
Yeah.
see that.
yeah.
And I was
so
always in
either way,
Sasuke's character too, so it makes sense. That's
it's
kind of
always in there. It's
That's
always
kinda
remember
wild.
his dad was always praising Itachi, you know, saying Sasuke, you should be more like Itachi, man. So, you know. I mean obviously like Itachi more than Sasuke, but you know, I think it's more about Itachi being just goaded. I don't think it's anything. I mean, Sasuke
My
is not
awareness
likable
grows.
for a lot of Shippuden.
Yeah.
A lot of Shippuden, Sasuke is not likable. Like, I remember when I remember the anime episode where like what they did was to say that they were going to meet Sasuke again, and the episode had it where like I feel like the camera was panning through the tunnel, like if they were about to meet him, and all of a sudden fucking Sasuke jumps down to Naruto, and it's like I felt like just the meeting. Naruto wanted to meet him so bad again, and Sasuke was just kind of like, bro, whatever, dog. I don't fuck with you like that. And so I think the entirety, up until even after he found out about Itachi, and he was like, "Yo, I want to destroy the Leaf Village," and then up until he got folded by B, you know, it was like, yo, Sasuke is not likable right now.
He's a dickhead.
Not likable
Beware
at
He's a
all.
dickhead. Yeah.
D-Dub said I didn't like Sasuke was super likable. I couldn't stand Naruto and his dumbass feelings.
That's a lot to unpack because we gonna talk about it. He put his head down, bro. We will talk about this for another 35 minutes. All I need to tell you is Naruto's misunderstood. The problem with Naruto is deeper than you think. The problem with Naruto really comes at the final arc. That's where the problem with Naruto really comes. Outside of that, Naruto's fine.
We gotta have a stream about brothers and shonen. And just how
Actually, I think that'd be a very, very good stream. Well, we definitely need to do that.
just go through the brothers that's in shonen and
There
how.
is a-
Because I mean, look at Killua and Illumi. I mean, Killua is way more likable than Illumi, I think. But
Illumi
no,
raw,
definitely.
though. But Illumi raw.
Illu-
Illumi raw,
He
dog.
is.
He's raw,
He is.
dog.
He is.
Yo, he took out all the mafia niggas, dog. Yo, come on, son. That was cold. That was cold, bro. That was cold.
I think Illumi's raw, but it's just like I feel like Illumi's archetype is so close to someone like Hisoka's. So when you have to pick between the two, people typically choose Hisoka.
Yeah.
So it's just like I don't think he gets as much love as he should because he's next to Hisoka typically. But Illumi is cold. But I mean, Killua is probably I would guess right that Killua is more likable than Gon generally.
Absolutely. Without question. That's not even a debate. Like that is a given fact.
That's what I'm saying. So
Yeah,
it's
like I could have a sermon on that. The only thing is that Killua makes Gon better, and Gon makes Killua better.
Exactly.
So you
They
kind
enhance-
of
they enhance each other.
you can still argue both of them, but at the end of the day, who likes who more? We always like Killua more than Gon. Always.
They enhance each other, but I don't know. I don't think Killua is more relatable or anything, but it's just I feel like the moments of his development hit a bit more than
Yes, his development is very relatable, but Killua himself isn't relatable.
Yeah,
and that's what I
yeah.
would say.
Like Killua from where he starts, right? Because it's so innocent where he starts. That when we meet Killua, Togashi set it up where it's like, okay, this kid is different, but you don't understand he's different until like he starts breaking things down. So when
Red is the
he
color
drinks
of
the fucking
destiny.
the juice, it's like Tompa-san, you got any more of the juice? Like he's like, what the fuck?
Listen, I'm gonna beat this poison. This poison hitting, bro. This poison less potent than the ones at home. Water one.
And Killua is like so curious when he saw Gon, somebody his age running. He's like, all right, fuck it, I'm gonna run too, bro. And then Togashi just slowly but surely just reveals so many different things about Killua where he's like, man, this kid's been through a lot. But he's still trying to figure out his way through the world and how to care about people, how to care about situations, how to think for himself, right? How not to be controlled. And so that, I think just his progression throughout the story is just
It's incredible.
fantastic.
It's perfectly paced. and it's every step of his development is the exact next step of anyone else's development who's been through what Killer has been with. It wasn't all of a sudden I'm a different character. It was like
Nope.
step by step by step by step he developed.
Wasn't the king from Vinland Saga?
Oh, Askeladd?
Not
Oh no,
Askeladd.
Kanuto. You talking about Canute?
Canute.
Boy, the chat
I
told
thought
me I
they-
wasn't ready.
I thought they changed the voice actor. You haven't seen it yet?
Oh, I seen it. So I saw it a year later. So everyone knew what was coming, and I was telling them I don't like him.
Canuto.
That's how they said it. I'm sorry.
It's a Canuto.
That's how they said in the anime. All right, my bad. This is my enemy, King of Lightning, Canute.
Canuto.
His development caught me off guard.
Bro, it was like that. It was this nigga just turned into fucking what's his name? Hawkins. I was like, yo, hold on, bro.
Don't turn into
This nigga
Griffith.
It was nuts.
He just turned into Griffith. I was like,
I
nigga.
was like, what happened? He just turned into like this most eloquent, just decision maker, speaks well, beautiful. I'm like, hold on, bro. Like, am I tripping or this shit just feels like sudden as hell? It was crazy. It was hype, but it was just like so sudden, took me out of it. I think I realized the problem with Gone is that Gone is just not the shit that he be doing ain't realistic, bro.
It's not.
It's super. Sometimes like, what are you doing? Like, bro. And again, it's shonen, so it works for the shonen. But sometimes God is just, I'm like, even when he almost got killed by what's his name? Hanzo.
Yep.
And that was kind of one of the things where he's like, oh, gone and his resolve. I'm like, bro, what are you doing?
No child should
And
ever
so
have resolved like that.
It's just insanity.
No child.
It's stupid. So
You
it's
have
just,
to go through something like you'd have to go through a lot to build a resolve like that, and Gon just had it off rip. I'm like, what struggles has he gone through to have resolve like that?
weirdo.
Like, what? So
weird.
this is why it makes me feel like, you know, the whole theory about Gon is a nan baby. He doesn't really have a mom.
Oh,
know that theory?
I didn't hear about that
There's a
theory.
theory about Gon being the nan baby, and that would
So-
kind of,
Wait, so is he like a Nen beast?
in a way, yeah. Jin created Gon out of Nen. That's a theory. I don't know if that's true, but if that's the truth, a lot of his character makes a lot more sense if he's just a big ass Nen baby.
Well, okay. That would be wild as hell if Gon was like a Nen baby, considering just the difficulties that someone like what's his name? Oneru? The guy that created Nen Beast to help them basically equal the numbers to fight to go against Razor and them. How difficult it was for him to maintain that.
Yeah.
If Jin can create a Nen
More
Beast or
shall
Nen
come.
baby that can grow as a sentient being, that means that Jing. That means the only thing
to
they
be a
did Jing,
sacrifice.
that's what I'm saying. Somebody had to be sacrificed.
What if it was the one who would allegedly be the mother, and she said, "I'd give my life as a condition to create our son, just like you," and that's the condition.
Jing would be all for it.
And then after death,
He would not care.
Hisoka?
He would not care.
He
I don't know. I'm not mad at it. I think I need more technical aspects.
You definitely need. It's
I'm not
definitely
mad
like a rough theory, but you know when you think about it, it's like I mean the hints are there.
They said Gon theory of him being one of the consequences of the Dark Continent. That's hey man, that's next level.
Yo, we
I
are
mean,
so,
we're so far gone from this.
we are so far. Yo, we went from Naruto to Hunter x Hunter.
Just all over the place. Fairy Tale next. Fuck it.
Fairy Tale next, bro. I hate Natsu, dog. But anywho, and it's funny because it all stemmed from a super chat. And I understand because it went from who do we like more, Ace or Luffy, then we went to Itachi's. Now I know where it came from, but
Who's your favorite character in Fairy Tale though?
I only watched like what 12 episodes. I mean, but
12 episodes?
yeah, I couldn't do it.
You're doing yourself a disservice, brother.
I'm not. I'm okay.
Yo, listen. Fairy Tale is all right. Fairy Tale falls off I would say around GMG, but it's a good time. It's a good time.
That's what people told me.
It's like, wait, did you watch Dragon Ball Super?
I did.
You did? How do you feel about it? I think you didn't like
It's
it, did
mid.
you?
It's very mid. But it's like I was a Dragon Ball Z stan as a kid, so I just watched it. You know, something you used to suffer through because you're already in it.
Be gone.
Yeah.
Dragon Ball Super
Yeah.
was I'm already in it. Like I'm already in it, so I just got to keep going.
Dragon Ball was mid, but it was like brainless fun, mindless
Absolutely. Ultra Instinct, the Kamehameha.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Kefla, all of them. Like
fun. I don't know. I don't know. I wouldn't say it was mid. I would say it was entertaining
I
as fuck.
sense more
it
fully.
was entertaining.
It was entertaining as hell because I remember Super used to break Crunchyroll every week.
Behold
Of
the
course.
bloated green of
It broke the internet religiously.
Every week.
Be gone.
And so it's like, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything, but it was just like, it was a good time. It was a good time.
Jiren wasn't a good time, unfortunately. No matter how brain dead everything is,
Initially
Jiren
it was.
Hey, initially Jiren was gold.
Initially he was.
Initially he was Will Chamberlain. I was like, yo, this nigga Jiren different.
He was hooping.
But that backstory, whoo, that hurt.
I was like, what is this, bro?
That backstory was like
I
hard.
wish you just left it out. Just
Yeah.
don't tell us.
Don't skip my backstory. He's like he just dedicated his life to the grind. I would have been fine. Just having to be Dame Lillard. I would have been just fine with that. But anywho, two more super chats. Tyrant King Kuma. Shout out to the goats. Lulu C.
I'll be right back. At all. At all. At all. Time to go and let myself. If any was in the chat, we back. We back. Welcome to Balloons Tower Defense. And One Piece. The One Piece. The One Piece. Can we get much higher? So high. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. And other girls dream that baby that's partner, baby that's partner. And other girls dream that baby that's partner, baby that's partner. Get ready with me, but I'm like I think I go back. Please let me go to the second. What time is this good? Why? How do you know? How do you know? Girl, isn't Brian's place so cozy and cute? Yeah. Yeah, I guess it's cute. Oh, baby, you're back. Girls, let me know if you want anything to drink. We can, like, totally drink alcohol here. Isn't that, like, so cool? I don't know. I think I'm good with my beer. Not the IPAs. Oh, sorry, honey. I forgot. Yeah, the IPA is just my baby. I was 22, and I walked in there, and he had lost his son. And he was sitting there, and he was having a martini, and I just walked over, and I just stood there. I didn't want to bother him, and he was just sitting there. I love Coca-Cola. Soda pop. We do love our sodas. We do love our sodas at times.
Versus Prometheus. I don't know who says. Is that you, nigga? Do you say? Is that what you say?
Sitting there.
Did I say that?
Do you say Prometheus?
No, but I say it like how Big Mom says it in the anime.
So I got slandered for saying Canuto, but you say Prometheus, just like Big
That's
Mom.
how she says it. That's how she says it. She said Prometheus. That's
Man
what she
said
says.
that's how they say it.
Hey, man. That's what she says, bro. I like how she says it. It's fucking goated.
Prometheus, man. I'm a Greek yay, man. If you rap Percy
Prometheus.
Jackson,
Sitting there.
you rap Percy Jackson, you like Greek mythology, it's Prometheus, brother.
I watch Percy Jackson.
You didn't read it?
Nah.
Oh, man. That's a childhood, bro.
I do say Prometheus. Bro, that's goated, man. Shout out to Big Mom. Go to the One Piece story. Stop playing.
And I walked in there and he had lost his son.
Satori who $5. Jay, please ask Brago why he hiding his reactions behind a paywall. Sellout ass.
They're not hiding behind the paywall. The reactions are live, and you can watch it at any time.
Absolutely. You just
Gotta watch them when they're live. And just, that's what it is. But you just gotta be in the moment.
You gotta be in the moment, man. It's the same thing with me on Twitch. When I do anime live reactions, I put them on Patreon. Should have been there.
Hey, man. Gotta be there, bruh. Gotta be there.
If you subscribed, you would have been there. I'm about to say, all my Arcane, Invincible, all that, those are, to this day, these are the best reactions and the best watch throughs I've ever had. But you're not going to see them unless you know what I'm saying? You was there. You relived that moment. You disrespectful. That's a disrespect. I don't like that. I don't like that.
I don't. You can ask the question. It's all good.
He said you just broke, nigga. Nah, that's disrespectful.
Nah, you can ask the question. That's fine.
It is what it is. So we're at an hour and 30 minutes, so I'm not gonna go on much farther. But I just wanted to talk about the real life examples of One Piece that we talked about. So we talked a lot about the politics, but there's specific moments in One Piece that I kind of want to hit on. And it is the fact that with One Piece, there's a lot of real themes that are depicted and things that really connect with us.
Everything.
And I think Fishman Island, we've talked about Fishman Island individually. But when you talk about Fishman Island as a whole, when you're including Sabaody, we're thinking about systematic oppression. I don't know if I'm saying Sabaody right, Sabaody, whatever.
Sabaody.
I say Akainu, niggas. I say what I say. But
No, go ahead.
What?
basically, what I'm saying is, when you look at slavery and how it's received, you trying so hard not to laugh. You trying. I see it.
He said Sabaody.
Come again. When it comes to Fishman, he said these names are stomping Jay out. They're really not. I'm just pronouncing it the way I see it, bro. Sahaudi? All right, nigga. when you look at the moment like with Hachi, and you look what happened with Kami, and then you look at how is it Stelly? Yes, Stelly. How he treated
There's no blue.
Neptune and Shirahoshi, and the idea that he had of Fishman Island, and then you tie that into doctrine, systematic oppression, the fact that there has been a message spread by, because it had to have come from somewhere, and it came from the world government, in my beliefs. It came from the world government. It came from the celestial dragons and how they view fishmen.
You cannot have light without
The
darkness.
way they use doctrine in this world is to establish an order. Now, this is why I think Oda has depicted racism in a very, very unique and
Even
great way,
mountains
because in order to understand racism, you have to understand that there is someone in power, and that person in power gives you a ideology that claims
There's no
classism.
room.
And with classism, even if you're at the bottom of that certain class, at least you know you're not that person who's not even considered a part of the class. And the Fishman Island people, the Fishman people in general, are considered that people who are not even considered part of the class, or they're the worst of the worst. So humans that are poor, humans that have nothing to live for, as long as I'm not a fishman, at least I'm human. They can feel comfortable in their own humanity. And what's happened is the fishermen themselves have generated and harbored a hatred for humankind because of those views. But it's been
Even mountains
manufactured
crumble.
by the world government, by celestial dragons,
By
in
awareness
order to create more order. Because as long as you can control people and make them feel like, hey, as long as you're not them, you're still good. You're just not them. That whole hierarchy is control.
Yeah.
Because you give people something to distract themselves with. Racism is all about power and controlling the minds of other people. If you are poor, at least I'm not black. At least I'm not colored. If you are a human in the One Piece world, at least I'm not a fishman. That keeps you satisfied. While the Gorosei, celestial dragons, they take slaves and they keep those slaves. And they feel comfortable in their status, so they get to maintain lower status. The middle class is like, as long as I'm not lower class, I'm fine. The higher class is like, as long as I'm not middle class, I'm fine. And then the girl says like, hey man, as long as we keep these people in check and we keep these ideologies, we create order. So the world government has created order, not only with suppression of the truth, which is obviously the void century, but they've created now classism based on hierarchies, which is top celestial dragon, Marines, upper class aristocrats, kings. Then you have the middle class, the everyday people. Then you have the lower class who are like maybe, you know, in the villages and just making your everyday living. Then you have the slaves, then you have the fishermen.
Yeah.
How Oda has depicted that is something that is, I think, is underlooked in our community. We don't talk about how Oda has built that up because of Vanderdecken and the foolishness around Hody Jones. We underestimate what Fishman Island really opened our eyes to, and what Sabaody, what Sabaody introduced us into, because you see it there.
Yeah.
Do you agree with that, or what do you think in general?
I think sometimes we look at a One Piece story, it's I think it's incredible that such a almost
Even
meticulous,
mountains crumble.
precise way to build One
Everything.
Piece from the ground up, and it's ever expanding. And so when we talk about politics and hierarchies and classism and how Oda uses these things, he doesn't only just build them up; he expands upon them, right? And he uses different characters to show you how much these hierarchies impact society and different people. Somebody I think of is Kid, where Kid says, "Yeah, I know I kill people. I know I'm fucked up, but me, in comparison to what the Celestial Dragons do, it's no competition. It's no contest." So just like building things up like that, it kind of shows you, yeah, these people are not as bad as these people, but people kind of use justifications to say, well, at least I'm not as bad as them. You know what I mean? Yeah, I may kill fishmen, but I'm not celestial dragons. I'm not doing what they're doing. And so I think, again, how One Piece is built and the different ways the story
Yet I sense more
brings
fully.
out a lot of real life and real world examples. I guess sometimes it doesn't feel real, right?
There
It doesn't
is
feel
no
real. It's
gloom.
like, how can you build out a story or craft it this way where we're having these conversations that legitimately cross over into the real world? Like, we all know how hard it is sometimes to construct like an 8-page essay and how much you gotta construct it in a way that's uh, somewhat understanding, concise, but also in order for people to understand. And for Oda, he's crafted a story in which 1,000, what?
Even
We had
mountains
69
crumble.
chapters. And I don't know, there are not many plot holes we can talk about. I
Size
can't, like,
matters not.
I really can't think of plot holes off the top of my head where it's just like, oh, this is something that Oda just completely forgot. That is insane. And I think that goes back to, again, the structure of how he's built the world and just how the characters interact amongst each other. But then Oda shows it in different characters and their purpose within the story. And then it goes back to Luffy's dream and what he's trying to accomplish. And so I think another thing that Oda does is he uses the classism and
There
different
is no
hierarchies.
gloom.
He uses it a lot in like backstories. So it's built up even then, right? It was like, okay, things are this bad now, right? But things were really fucked up back then.
Yep.
You know, look at what all these characters went through back then. And so we always have this question: is One Piece, like in the One Piece story, are things getting better or worse? Like, have things gotten better or worse since this person went through this or whatever? But now I definitely agree that the entire buildup of hierarchies and classism in One Piece and the way they use it to somewhat justify different things they do in the story. I mean, it's masterful for sure.
It's unbelievable, and it also goes to show why our world is the way it is, and it helps you explain some of the things that we deal with in our world. Because when you think about things like oppression, systematic oppression, slavery, and you understand why is something as evil as slavery? Why was it ever employed? Why is racism a thing? Why do people do these things? And a lot of people say it's because people are evil. And in a sense, you would be right to classify that, but it's more than that. It's actually deeper than that. It's about power. At the end of the day, and this goes back to the beginning of our conversation. Depending on how you view human nature, I'm not going to say this as it's an absolute fact, but this is what I've observed. With humans and with
Some
human
things must
nature,
fall.
we have a natural inclination to dominate something or to own something or to have power over something.
That was a good one. That was a
When
good
you look
one.
at how we have subjugated our world to the point where we are the apex predators of the world. We have destroyed wildlife. We have diminished certain predators out of existence and created safe spaces for us because we're smart enough to do so. That's what we as humans naturally do. we build ourselves up to the point where we are stronger or we're able to keep ourselves safe from a threat. That's why you have things like countries. That's why you have borders. That's why you have in our history, we have a lot of wars, conquerors. We have slavery, racism. We have sexism, classism.
Have
All these
literally
categories that we do.
conquerors
We
army.
naturally process things in categories. So when you look at how today we're dealing with racism and racial struggle, and people wonder why is there still racism in today after we've advanced so far? It's because of what it represents. It represents power. As long as I can discriminate against you, as long as I can look at the color of your skin and the ideology of those in the mid-Atlantic trade and colonialism, they said, this is the triangle, this is how we live. When they look at black people back in the day and they looked at colored people back in the day, they thought, we need to teach these savages because we are in a position to bring them up, but under our rule. Because of that ideology, we have what we have today. And that is an innate human instinct that we fight against, and there's some people that fight against it, and there's some people that indulge it. And some people use the illusion of control and order to justify it. So then if you take it all the way, and I'm connecting everything now, you take it to the Gorosei, and you take it to the Void Century, and we take it back to the kingdom, the ancient kingdom. There is a doctrine that the Gorosei preached that the ancient kingdom had to be erased. A great cleansing had to happen in order to maintain the balance of the world. There are necessary evils that we need to implement, the system of the Yonko, in order to keep control of the seas, to keep order of the seas, and for us to have an enemy to fight. The Yonko are the representative and the Gorosei of the pirates. We are the Gorosei of the free people. In order for us to actually have an enemy to fight and to continue our propaganda that we're fighting the good fight, to join the world government and to go after world peace, that system has to be in place. There has to be a bad side for us to fight. There has to be an endless war for us to justify how we have set up our society. And Oda has painted that in such a beautiful picture, because when you look at what Otahime is doing and you're looking at what King Neptune is trying to do, they're trying to fight for peace. What happens to the status quo when the fishmen are accepted and they're viewed as equal? What happens?
Yeah, it's crazy because you talking about that made me think about movie I just watched, Emancipation. You saw it? Will Smith?
I don't think I've seen it yet. No, I'm not Will Smith.
Yeah. And it just shows, like, I mean, it's a slave movie, but it shows that, you know, in a way, there's always that desperate need to have a purpose or a way to rally everyone together against this specific thing.
Yep.
And so back then they talked about how you had people that were raised by slaves, and even the people that were raised by slaves, their parents and their people found a way for them to hate slaves and found a way for them to justify owning slaves.
Yep.
And so it kind of created a cycle where, in a way, you had people that, well, I guess for the slaves in general, it was crazy because the story the guy told was that he was raised by a slave, and then the girl, she was hungry, and then he told his dad that he wanted the slave to come and eat at the table. And then his dad said, "Why are you inviting her to eat at the table?" And he said, "Well, she's hungry sometimes." So his dad brought him and stabbed the slave that raised him in front of him. And at that point, he said from there, I can have relationships with them, but I can't get too close because they're slaves and they're less than. So going back to the hierarchies is that some of this is taught and it's lessons learned, and you feel like you have to enforce and carry on this message. And even the guy, as he got older, one of his best people that worked with him were black. And it was like, well, he was the worst hunter of slaves in the region. But it's like, how do you justify things like that in regards to where in your head the hierarchy is in place? Like this has to happen. You know what I'm saying? Like this is just how the way of the world, again, conquest and us owning things and the apex predator. I think it's just so crazy how things can be ingrained in our nature. And it's sad to think about how, slavery comes about and just how some of it is just basically taught. And, from somebody being different, somebody just having a different religion, different ideology, being from somewhere different, it can just lead to, hey, we have to get them to be like us or think like us. It puts you in a place where it's like, bro, the world is really fucked up.
It's a really, really messed up place. And it's not, the scary thing is maybe this is a little like, what's the word I'm looking for? Not narcissistic. What's the one? I'm basically saying I don't really see the world changing.
Yeah.
Nihilistic. It's a little nihilistic. And I'm not a nihilist, but I have a view that no matter how much good we try to do, there's always going to be a doctrine that someone is going to try and preach that's going to last, that's going to be taught to the next generation. We're trying to kill racism right now because racism is something that's been taught years upon years upon years, and people are still being taught that. So we're still fighting that fight because there are people in power that have created their wealth and their whole history, their family lineage on racism. Their life is founded on racism. And racism, not in the sense that they're evil, but it's the fact that their confidence is in the fact that they are above a certain group of people. So in order to get rid of racism is to get rid of the livelihood and history and heritage of a certain group of people, which to me is insane. So you imagine how real that is to us and for everyone that has experienced racism. And then apply it to the One Piece world and to basically oppose the world government and the ideologies and everything they've built is to completely destroy 800 years of alleged peace that they've brought to the One Piece world.
Yeah, it's like it was another thing.
Knowledge.
And what you talk about explains it perfectly. It was a guy that was running away, right? He ran away from the plantation and he stumbled across a house. And he got some water and a potato and he starts to run, right? And back then, I guess when you saw a runner, there's a bell on your porch. And you ring the bell saying, hey, it's a runner, to let everyone know that slaves are running away.
Be wary.
It was a whole family of people eating when he
Some
did that and he
leaves
started
must
running
fall.
away. The person who went to ring the bell was like the youngest girl at the table. The youngest girl at the table went and started ringing the bell and screaming, runner. And so it just shows you like literally all this shit is passed down and it's, indoctrinated into these people, the kids, and you don't even know. And that's what you grow up thinking this is how I should be. This is the right way to live.
It's the right way to live.
If you try again to oppose
More
these
shall
views,
come.
look at where we are today in America, where because of shit that's been done to, let's say, black people throughout history, it's created some ingrained toxicity within the black community.
Yes, it has.
Where
I see
honestly, in the black community, you have black people that still hate themselves, and in essence, hate other black people.
Yep.
And then that leads to the crab in the barrel mentality, where it's just like,
Primitive
hey man,
action.
this is just where we
all
are.
that, yeah.
We black, we just, we always gonna be black. We just gotta be in the ghetto and do our thing in the ghetto, you know what I'm saying? And it's just like, you have other black people that end up hating black people for hating black people. And then they separate themselves from black people. Like, I'm not black.
I'm not black, I'm OJ. Okay.
I'm not black.
Okay.
I'm not like these niggas. They end up hating themselves so much. And so it's so crazy how years of oppression can just completely whittle down a people to end up being just a fraction of how great they could be. And so in the One Piece world, we can look at mostly Hody, and how Hody didn't give a fuck about these fishermen for real. He had gotten to a point where it was just like,
It was,
hey,
yeah,
man.
that's it, bro. We fishermen. That's it, bro.
You know what I'm saying? And so it's kind of like Arlong was the start, then Hody was even more radical than he was. And if things don't change, it's going to be somebody even more radical than Hody.
Yep.
You know, and that cycle is going to continue because I think, again, we talk about at least I'm not. There was like, somebody's going to come up and be like, I don't want to be at least I'm nothing. I'm tired of this at least I'm not shit. Fuck all that. Why are we down here? Why are we down here?
Why?
And so it's I think just this society or just the history of slavery and hierarchies and classism, it breeds so much toxicity and even contempt for the people at the top. But the thing is, they're somewhat untouchable. So the people that feel it the most are the people that are slightly above middle class. That's why it's like them niggas be getting robbed and shot and killed. It's like, I can't believe that would happen in this community. Niggas gotta survive.
Yes. Yes.
Niggas gotta live. Niggas gotta do what they gotta do. And at the end of the day, they're gonna be like,
I
well,
sense more fluid. Be wary.
it's no excuse killing somebody or robbing someone. But when you see the communities and the environments that some of these people grew up in, you understand like this is just how they live. And this is how these people survive. And all this stemmed from these people at the top creating or establishing this hierarchy up in society, and they feel like it's okay. Now, some people are born lucky. Some people can make it out.
Yeah.
They kind of look at it like, if Taekwon can make it out of that, why can't you, Mr. Legend? Why can't you do that? He did that. That's fine over there. You don't have to do that. And it's like, it's a struggle that a lot of people that's endured racism has gone through and go through today.
And you know, to get to the final point, because we're all at the 2 hour mark, I don't want to go on too much farther, but to go into the next level, because we talked about the girls, we talked about Fishman Island, O'Hara and the Reverie is something I wanted to end on, because when it comes to the plight of racism, there's obviously ways to defeat that, and that's with education. Education and reteaching, relearning, reteaching behaviors. So you have things like Black Wall Street. You know about Black Wall Street. You have things, you have societies that have tried to come up to go against the status quo and the society that has been built. Like, hey, we know this is wrong. We're gonna try and we're gonna try and have a revolution and overthrow the power, the power that's in front of us. Some revolutions succeed and we're better off for it. And then there's some revolutions that are quelled. And then you never hear from them again because they're erased from history. O'Hara is the perfect example of that. And when it comes to people in power, we talked about in war, both sides are just. Whoever is the winner of the war gets to write the history. We're going back to the Doflamingo quote as well. I love how we brought this all full circle so we can end this.
Yeah.
When it comes to what happened with O'Hara, they were on the verge of discovering the foundation of the world that they've built, that they've lived in for 1,000 years. 1,000 years of the beginning of the world that they lived in was about to be discovered. And the world government said, this is so dangerous to everything that we built from day one. Everybody dies. Everybody. Women, children,
No survivors.
innocent scholars,
It's not
people
funny,
that can change our
but
life for the
it's
better.
kinda just
Because of our system
insane.
that we have created, because of the order and the peace that we've had for 1,000 years, we are willing to kill everybody. Think about, I think a lot of people don't understand genocide and brutality and murder like this because we live in a bubble. Things don't happen to us. The worst thing that happens to us is we go through a heartbreak, we get curved by a girl, we're sick for a day, our mom died. Wow, oh my God, my life is terrible. Imagine you're in a classroom and there's 50 people in your college classroom and they all die. You're the only one that survives. That's 50 people gone. Put that into perspective. That's 50. Then imagine everybody in your city. That's about what? Not even city. Neighborhood. How many people would that be? Like 300, 400 people. Bomb. Boom. Everyone's gone. You're the only one that survived. Gone. Then imagine an entire island full of people eviscerated because they wanted to figure out the history of the world. And Robin is that sole survivor because it goes back to Robin, what we talked about.
Yeah.
At that point, it's no longer suffering for you. It's about the world that you live in. That is the world that we live in. There are things that we don't know as people that have happened behind the scenes. America likes to parade this morality and this justice that we have. Oh, we fight for the people.
Red is the color.
Don't know the atrocities that this country, other countries have committed to keep the status quo,
So
to
here's
keep
one
you
thing that
happy and
people were
comfortable in
saying.
your homes. They don't know.
One thing people were saying, Jay, about the arms deal they traded for Brittany Griner, they're saying apparently he's the deal for the U.S. as well.
Will we ever know that?
We would never know
We
that.
would never know that. And we can't. It's a conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
We would never know that. O'Hara to the world is a conspiracy theory. Think about that for a second. O'Hara in the One Piece world is a conspiracy theory. The only benefit is it's a fictional story, so we can actually see it's a conspiracy.
Mm-hmm.
Think
This is
about,
like,
y'all don't know what Oda is writing. I don't think you guys understand what Oda is showing us. With O'Hara, with the Reverie, with the Gorosei. Oda is showing
Wow.
us what goes on in our
I like that
world
point.
that we'll
I like that
never
point.
know about. There are some people in One Piece right now, in the story of One Piece, that will never know what Luffy, Robin, the poneglyphs, they don't know any of this stuff. They're living everyday life,
Interesting.
ignorant to the world that they live in. But Oda has written it in such a way that we can see this world and realize that this happens in our world as well. Suppression of truth is what it means to be power. That's what power is. Power is knowledge. Power is education. Power is creating a currency. Imagine if all of a sudden the government said the dollar means nothing. What do we use?
but the thing
How do
is
we
they
live?
Control that. They control that.
They control that.
They control that by deciding what the Fed does, and then they can decide, okay, we're gonna print this. We're gonna print some more money. We're gonna give out stipends. We're gonna do this. That is gonna obviously affect the dollar and the value of it. But y'all niggas will figure it out. So it's like we're, as much as we feel like we're free and we're in control, we're at the mercy of the government. As much as y'all think that the government is trying to hack into your body by giving you vaccine, bro, they already control and own you. Everything you do is because they allow you to do so. It's less racist, but we're not in control.
We're not.
Think about gas. Gas went up to what? And did you stop buying? No, you just had to
No,
get
you
more.
did
You
not.
had to
You
pay more
had
for
to
gas.
readjust. You had to
You just had
readjust.
to readjust.
You had to change the
I
budget.
sense more.
You can't go to Disney World no more, baby. No more. No more
Just-
Disney.
And so, they talk about going and voting locally and putting people in power. You don't control shit. You don't control nothing. At the end of the day, you're just somebody that's in the matrix trying to figure it out like everybody else is. And for the people that do figure it out, we don't know about. Because sayonara.
They probably finished.
You're out of here. And so, you want to hope that the world is what it seems, but nothing is. Nothing is.
Nothing is.
Think about your own family system, your family, where how many times about like side things going on between family members and arguments and disagreements and grudges from back then. But then when y'all come together, everybody's all hunky dory, like nothing happened. When we all know it's like some other shit going on. At the end of the day, bro, I think with society and just with life, we're all at the mercy of whatever government we live under.
Yeah.
because they're the people that have the answers, who have the control, and honestly, I don't know how you escape that.
You know, it's
There's
funny.
really no escape.
It's funny you say that because Jean Saint Pro said IDK, that mentality also keeps us locked down as well. I agree. And that's what Brago's saying. Me and Brago, what we're talking about, we think about this stuff, but at the end of the day, we have to live. At the end of the day, some people choose, I'm going to fight the system. Some people choose, I'm going to do my best to make my environment. I'm going to use the tools that have been given to me, the hand that I've been played, and make the best out of my situation and for those around me. And in this case, sometimes you have to live with it, but you can do things to improve your environment around you. You can do things to make a change. But in the grand scheme of things, a lot of the stuff that goes on around you is completely out of your control, which is why a lot of people preach control what you can control, because at the end of the day, if you're worried about everything that's going on around you and the decisions people are making around you and the decisions government are making around you and the society that you live in, you're going to go insane and you're going to be... You're gonna lose yourself. That's why you see people who are, anti-establishment. People go, look at them. They
out
go
in the
insane.
streets. They're out in the streets preaching about how all this shit, and be like, man, you crazy. Ain't none of this shit.
Yes, they like, oh, you crazy. Because the more you think about it, the more you don't trust anything. You don't trust nobody. You can't even trust your little sister.
But then think about it. What happens is the American dream, right?
Yep.
The American dream is you getting a family, getting married, buying a house, getting a 401k, getting an IRA, retiring at 65, 70, and then dying.
Yep.
That's the
passing it
American
on to your
dream.
kids. That's
And
the
passing it
American
on to your kids, right? That's the American dream. So basically working for most of your life and then spending maybe 10, 15 years on retirement, hopefully on retirement, if if anything is left by the time you retire. But this dream is the matrix. This is people forcing you into a mentality to basically whatever the government is, whatever the government wants. You work your 9 to 5, you come home, you spend 2 hours with your kids, and you do it all again the next week. And so what Jay is saying is correct, because it's like you control what you can control, but the American dream, it gets you even deeper into the matrix. Because now you got a mortgage, now you got kids,
My awareness
now you got a
grows.
wife, you have liabilities. You can't be radical or go against the system because you are benefiting from this system. And so with this system that they have in place, it's kind of I guess advertised as what you should aim for. Aim for a nice 9 to 5. Aim for something that you something safe, something that you can go to every single day and just live your life as a regular citizen, voting and not questioning anything. But at the end of the day, you're just one of those people that just going with the flow. Walking the same way.
There you go. All right, cool.
Just when the light changes, when the lights comes, the light for you to walk across, everybody stops, and the light goes, everybody start walking again. That's the world, right?
Yep.
That's the world. And then you got one person that's trying to get across the street, they're going the other way. Everybody's like, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? Across the street. And so, I think I'm not saying for you to fight the system or to be a fucking superhero, but I think for us reading One Piece, it shows a very unique perspective of what it's like outside the Matrix.
Yep.
What it's like being an outlaw, somebody that's going against the grain, going against the system. Think about what the Luffy and the Straw Hats are up against. They're up against a machine where everywhere they go, there are bounties of their face. There are people reporting where they're going. There are people reporting everything that's going on. And they have to fight against that, literally and figuratively. And for you, you're not getting that perspective in the real world, but you have to be cognizant that it's going on. And put yourself in a position that if this matrix, this system fails, you're still okay.
Yep.
Like if the system that you're in now, if the government fails, are you okay? What's next? If gas goes up to $10 per gallon, are you okay? If the government decided tomorrow that they're going to enforce something called human tax. If you're human, you got to pay an extra $100 on top of your paycheck tax. Are you okay? Again, you got to just be mindful of things and understand that, yeah, I'm not in control, but I got to control what I can control and always build myself to put myself in a position that I can be okay regardless.
Yep.
It's something that you think about. You try not to think about too much of what you can't control because then you go crazy. You lose your mind. You go insane. But self-preservation, a lot of people do that, right? A lot of people get into the mindset of I'm team me. I'm team me. Even if I gotta hunt other niggas, I'm team me.
Yep.
And I think that's my biggest issue with the Black community is that it's so hard for us to come together.
It's so hard. When you look at other communities, you look at the Jewish community, the Asian community, God, the Indian community. Look at how they just build businesses and neighborhoods and just,
Nah, bro, look at how on Twitter when they said it sounded crazy in there, how them Indians came together.
Finish, bro. The racism I saw from the Indians was
on one accord.
Special racism. I never, bro.
I've never seen racism so uniform before. Like these niggas
so uniform.
Uniformed racism. Right?
Generational racism.
Generational. They came with insults. I was like, damn.
That would hurt me. And I didn't even get attacked with it.
That hurt me, nigga. I got off Twitter. But them niggas came together. Don't do that. Don't say it smelled crazy in there.
Don't do it.
Don't say that. Don't say that. And so it's just for Black people, it's like niggas hate niggas so much, bro. It just be like niggas just be hating. It's like sometimes niggas just don't like the way you walk.
Look what they doing to Deion. Look what they doing to Deion Sanders right now, nigga. Look what they're doing to Deion Sanders right now. Can't even be happy a nigga came up. We've been fighting for Black head coaches to get big jobs. Oh, you left the HBCU. You a coon. Van Jones out here on CNN. Oh, well, you betrayed us. You a sellout. Niggas, you got niggas out here sending donations, Bronco. You a sellout. The fuck is wrong with you, nigga? Oh my God. We had it in the stream today. We had it in the stream today.
Sellout.
What's wrong with niggas?
Yeah, I mean, it is interesting that you get to a position where you can have a reaction behind a paywall, and niggas will support you, right? Because that's what it is, support. And it is kind of viewed in a way as you're a sellout when you come up. Niggas call me a sellout when I stopped streaming as much. Niggas like, oh, you're a sellout. You just focus on one channel now. You're a sellout. You don't stream no more. And it's like, I think what happens is you gotta, because I mean, we human, right? And we go through phases of emotional buildup, and you lash out to certain things, especially on the internet, because it's people can say whatever. And what I hate about YouTube, what YouTube does now, is that it's crazy because people can say the crazy shit in the comment section, and I see it. Then when I respond, YouTube deletes my comment.
Yep. And
I'm just like, why can these niggas talk this crazy to me, but I can't talk crazy to them? But it's on YouTube, on social media, it's just no repercussions. People just talk and say whatever they want to you. But again, as I've said before, the worst comments and the worst, I guess, feedback or reactions I've gotten on the internet has been from Black people.
Always.
It's been from niggas. And I'm always just like...
It always is. Why?
I'm like, wow. That, like... Damn, bro, you hate me that much where some of the shit you're gonna say that sometimes it's like, it's racist. I'm like, bro, you know you Black too, right? So I understand what black people have been through, and understand that we've been oppressed, we've been kicked, we've been shit on. But again, it's tough when people say, oh, black people are some of the hardest people to deal with. Buying black, sometimes the customer service ain't what it want to be. Buying black, you're gonna get some bullshit and not what you wanted. And it's like, as much as you want to dispel those things, I buy black sometimes. I'm like, God damn, like, ain't no. I'm like, damn, you could communicate and tell me what's going on. You could, and then I get this shit. I'm like, bro, come on, bro. This could be better. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just like, it's almost like we're perpetuating a stereotype, and it's like we feed into it, and it's like niggas don't care. I'm just like, and so for me, as much as I support black people, I give black people more grace than I would a regular person or any other race. I'm not gonna buy black just to buy black. I'm gonna let you prove yourself, like if anybody will. But I'm gonna give black people a bit more grace.
Oh, you always get a bit more grace. We
You
always
get a bit
understand
more grace.
more. We understand more for you than
I
anyone
understand,
else.
but I'm not just gonna buy your shit because you're black. You're gonna have to show me why I should pay for it. But I'm gonna give you a bit more time than I give everybody else. I'm gonna give you a bit more time. Because it's always like, yo, I'm a black man. I'm a black, just buy for, and then I do it, and then I get shit on. I remember one time I had a black plumber. Came out, he's like, all right, he black, you know what I'm saying? Got recommended, da-da-da. Came out, did some shit. Nigga, an hour later, shit was back leaking again. I'm like, hold on. Hey, man, da-da-da-da.
If you're in the
This,
stream, just for preference,
shit's
this
still
is
leaking.
about One Piece. So
He like, oh, I'll
that
be there in 10 minutes. Nigga just left. Nigga came back in
obviously
an hour.
cannot talk about
Mind you,
this.
this shit is leaking an hour later. All right. He down there for like 20 minutes. All right, we good. I ran it. I'm like, all right, bet. Nigga, I wake up. It's leaking again. Nah, bro. Nah. You playing. George. My shit leaking again.
George.
It is.
The homie George.
Damn. Okay, I'm at work. I'm gonna be there probably like 7 o'clock tonight. All right, 7 o'clock, cool. I text him at 6:30. Hey, we still on for 7 o'clock? Hey, man, I'm about an hour away from you, and I've been away from my wife for a couple of days. Can I come see you on Saturday? Mind you, it's Tuesday, nigga. The shit is still leaking. I didn't respond. I ain't gonna lie. I didn't respond. The nigga texted me the next day. Like, so we still on for Saturday? I still had not responded to this day. I call up Harold, right? I call up Ramiro, and them niggas came through and did what they had to do. You feel me? Cause fucking George couldn't take care of a regular ass pipe. I still ain't talked to George since then. Nigga text me Happy New Year. Fuck you, nigga.
Happy New Year, nigga. Take me away, dog. I'm done.
Fucking nigga. Yo, I was so mad, bro. Because you know when it's some shit in the house and it's going wrong, and you're the person in control of it, your girl looking at you like, what the fuck going on? I'm like, I'm going to handle it.
What's the girl looking at you? She
Looking at me crazy.
She said, fuck black owned business. Get this shit fixed.
Call Ramiro.
Call Ramiro.
I got it.
Call
Ramiro. Fuck that nigga George, man. So again, I'm a support black businesses, but not just because you're black.
Not because you're black, no.
Not just because you're black.
Not because
y'all niggas be on some other shit that I can't. That shit just, bro, it's just so lackadaisical. It's just so it's like, if you come in and you dapping me up, don't dap me. First off, if it's something for business, shake my hand. Shake my hand. Because when you dap me up, I already know you're on some other shit. You're on some bullshit, bro. Don't dap me up. Shake my hand.
bro.
Because niggas dap you up. I'm like, hold on. You thinking it's nah, how you doing, sir? You here to do this? All right, let's do this.
We need. That's the
Either
thing.
way.
We need to create a. I'm with you because we need to create a standard for ourselves. We need to. I want people saying, "Oh yeah, that black guy. You need to get this black guy." No, he's like, "Oh yeah, those blacks. They're really good at doing that." But our reputation is, "Oh yeah, get a black guy to play basketball or rap. Them blacks are good at that." I respect our creative ability. First of all, don't take that as a slight because it's wonderful. The fact that we are known as the creatives and the entertainers, that's fine. But we need to be more than that because entertainment and sports is a system, again, that we just talked about that is run by people of a predominant, like I said, I'm not going to go too far with this. But when you think about the entertainment industry and you think about the sports industry,
Pause.
who is the one who controls that system and that ideology? We've seen it with the NFL. You've seen it with the NBA. The NBA is coming along pretty well. The entertainment
Boys
industry.
better not kneel now. Them boys better not kneel.
It's
Them
again,
boys better
just,
not
it's
kneel.
deep. It's deep, man. It's deep. It's really deep. It's really deep. And you know, I don't want anyone who is of an other minority, you know, who is Hispanic, Asian, or anyone who is colored. And I use colored not in a derogatory term, but people who have pigment on their skin, right? And they're not seen as, you know, the majority or the status quo. We all go
Nah,
through
I don't
this.
want to. Yeah,
I don't wanna diminish that.
We don't fuck with white people.
Yeah, of course not.
We like-
Honestly, you know, I
We like
milk.
pogs.
I like milk. You know.
We like Jay likes pogs. But it's just like, you know, fuck with white people. It's just, as people of color, you understand that it's a struggle out here sometimes. It's a struggle out here sometimes.
It's a struggle.
You want better for your people. I think as a group, we are just so far behind in regards to mobilizing together. Okay, we don't know how to mobilize. Niggas is so sometimey, right? It's always about. It's sometimes it's like clout shit, right? How many times we come together and then we have a great cause and it's Black Lives Matter. We walking out in the streets. All of a sudden you find out the fucking owner of Black Lives Matter got all these mansions and cars and they use the funds donated for all their personal shit. Then I'm like, damn, Black lives really don't fucking matter, G.
Some leaves must fall.
If the person in charge of Black Lives Matter is using the money for Black Lives Matter on a benzo, she is basically telling you, y'all niggas really don't matter for real. Like, what matters is my whip, my house, these
My
bands.
livelihood. Yes. So when gas becomes $10 a gallon, I'm okay. But y'all
I'm good.
niggas still getting shot in the streets.
Then we
But
go
as long
mobilize
as we
again.
fight, as long as we fight the
Get some
good
more
fight,
donations. You know what I'm saying? Get some more donations. Do my thing. But niggas, listen, niggas is one thing a nigga gonna do, and not just a nigga, not a black dude. One thing a nigga gonna do is take advantage of a nigga.
always.
I remember working in accounting. I had
Oh,
my manager was the CFO, and it was a white dude, a young white dude.
right.
He probably was like, I want to say 3 or 4 years older than me, right? So we talked about football, we talked about tennis. He's like white dude. You can tell he was like trying to know more about black culture, but he was like cool dude. You know what I'm saying? And it's always just about like, all right, how can I help you get to where I am? So different courses, different different trainings, all this different shit. He's like, yo, if you need help with something, like I got you. I got my CPA. Da da da. And it was great. Then one day he got a job to go to another place because they didn't want to give him a promotion or a title or something like that. So he's like, yeah, I'm about to leave. You know what I'm saying? If you want to come with me, you know, da 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 da. There's a spot here. She was like an hour away. It's like, that's kind of that's too much. The dude that came in, black dude, African, from Ghana. worst nigga I ever met in my life.
If you would have said Nigerian, I'd be like, oh boy, here we go, nigga.
Worst nigga I ever. This nigga didn't do shit.
You guys
Didn't
sound
take
like Uncle
accountability.
Ruckus right now, and I think that's
This
the
nigga
point
was
of
a
the
hater.
shit.
Bro, I'm talking about, I was like, you are fucking trash. Bro, I remember one time, it was some shit that happened where, I ain't even gonna say, because we had to go to HR about it. But it was like, I literally said to this nigga, bro, you a fucking hater. What is wrong with you, nigga? And so it was just like, it was just so strange to me how much I felt like this nigga hated me as opposed to this white man that was like every single situation in my corner. And he had this nigga that you would think would help me along.
Help?
That was like every single opportunity trying to throw me under the bus. Every single opportunity.
It hurts me, bro.
And then these are same niggas that always want to go to happy hour. Fuck you, nigga. I go to your happy hour. Oh, ass. Fucking team building. Fuck your team.
Team building. Oh, nigga.
Oh, ass
The,
niggas,
the
bro.
worst part is that I've heard this story more than once. My dad told me a story he went through. Same thing, black woman. I'm like, it can't be us. It can't be. It cannot be us, bro.
No, but what happened was, what I realized was they didn't really give him the position. It was like interim. You know, that's how they do niggas. He came in and technically he was more qualified than the white dude. Technically.
Allegedly.
They came in and was like, well, we're going to make you interim. And based on what happens, we give you the position. So, you know, after that, anything that happens, it's like, nigga, it wasn't me, it was them.
Yeah.
Because, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm an interim. I gotta, you know what I'm saying? I'm about me. I gotta get my promotion. I gotta get my permanent. Then nigga got permanent. And then the crazy part was we had the best year ever as an accounting team. And guess the only person that got a promotion after that year? That nigga. That nigga got a promotion and a bonus. Because I saw all the bonuses.
Oh, he was hot. I know it. Steaming.
That nigga got a bonus.
Steaming.
And 10K, more than that.
Oh, no.
More than that.
No, not the 10K plus, bro. No.
Bro.
I'll be furious.
Listen, bro. Listen. Niggas. Like I said, niggas, sometimes niggas don't help other niggas. Nobody gonna take advantage of a nigga than another nigga. So, you know, that's how it go. That's how it goes sometimes. I want better for our people, but that shit is just so prevalent. It happens so often. It happens so often, bro. Like how many bro? I would like to know how many rappers been killed by a white guy. How many rappers have been run up on by a white dude saying, no, I don't think you nigga should be rapping about the things you rapping about. I don't like that. Or is it a nigga that's like, man, nah, fuck this shit. This nigga going too hard. This nigga going too hard. Nah, it's another nigga trying to take out a nigga because he's shining too much. Shit is dumb. Shit is dumb. And we do that to ourselves over and over and over again. Like even the takeoff situation that just happened.
Oh my God, don't even. I mean, come on, man. Over a dice game, bro. Are you serious?
But the thing is, like, it seemed like it wasn't even over a dice game. It looked like it was over. That it seemed like the game was over. They were just talking at this point.
Really? Oh, okay.
They were just talking at this point. And they showed a different view where they were talking. And while they were talking, you had a nigga had his hand on a gun. While they talking, had his hand on the gun.
Why?
Why?
Why? I don't understand.
I'm like, bro, they're talking. Nope, they're just talking, but niggas be so trigger happy. And the thing is, goes back to the environment they were in. The environment you was in, you gotta always be ready. You never know what's gonna happen. So you in a building with multimillionaires, with security around, multimillionaires, a private enclosed situation. And because of how you came up, because you a nigga, you got a gun ready in a room of multimillionaires.
Yeah.
Fucking think. I don't know, bro. I don't know.
For us, I just want a standard. That's it. One of the things I want us to have a standard for ourselves and not have a standard that's defined by anyone other than us. You know, I feel like we should figure out a standard that we should uphold ourselves to and be like, yo, this is the black standard. Which is why the notion of black excellence to me is beautiful. We overuse it, but at the same time, it's necessary because we need to have a view and a standard of what black excellence is and then hold all of us accountable to that notion. I think black excellence is my favorite term ever coined by the black community because when you see young black men graduating from college and you see them line stepping in their colors and in their graduation uniform, and we're like, yo, black excellence. He graduated from college. He got an education. He's gonna do something. That's the standard. And I'll say we're getting there. We're 100% getting there. There's a lot of young black brothers that I've met that are meeting that standard. But I need that to be something that is universal for us, period. That's it. That's the standard we go for, but it's going to take time. Going back to the point, going back to One Piece, because this is all tied in again. When you go back to Fishman and you look at Jinbei, you look at Hody Jones, and you look at Arlong. Jinbei wants to set a standard for Fishman. Otahime wants to set a standard for Fishman. And Jinbei is that standard that every fisherman wants to uphold, which is why you have so many different leaders and factions. And then you have the niggas like Hody Jones who are haters. Hody Jones is the nigga. Jinbei is the black person. It's that simple. Hody Jones is the nigga. And that's why One Piece again is so good because it shows us that so clearly that you would think, oh my God, Oda understands this. He's a man that grew up in Japan. But how does he understand these themes so well that we can relate it in a way we're like, wow, that makes a lot of sense. Because Hody Jones is not benefiting Fishmankind. Arlong is not benefiting Fishmankind. But the difference between Hody Jones and Arlong is that Arlong loved his people. Arlong would never kill a fishman. Never. But Hody?
I think it gets more radical, bro. It gets more radical, and over time, it gets to a point where people start doing worse than the previous person because they don't want to go through what they went through. And I think it's kind of the same thing with that. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of like, you try to curb that before it goes too far, and Jinbei is kind of the representation of that. So it's just unfortunate, but that's kind of where we are with it, bro. That's kind of where we are with it.
Someone said Hody Jones listen to Fishman drill music.
Hey, man.
That's so weird.
I think Hody goes too far, but man, you get to a point where it's just like, fuck it.
You just get tired, yeah. And you can't even blame them. That's the thing. There's some people, not everyone can handle things and perceive things the way we do.
That's a Dofi and Corazon.
Yeah, hatred changes people, man. It's just the duality of how people deal with things. That's why human nature, and that's why sometimes I mention these nihilistic things. Like I just don't believe humans innately can change their nature. And that's why you have a lot of themes of like, oh, let's destroy humanity, and you have Skynet, you know what I'm saying? And you have, the cure is destroying all humanity, and you get into anarchy. Man, the world we live in is so gray, it's unbelievable. It's so unbelievable, and when you look at, how Oda has depicted the world with Ohara, the Reverie, the Gorosei, Fishman Island, the world of pirates. When you look at towns like Jaya, pirate towns, and you look at Dressrosa, and then you look at Alabasta. Like, you just look at all these kingdoms, and they all have their own different, unique, individual issues that are caused by human beings.
Yeah.
And their ideologies and their experiences and what they've gone through. You realize that the world is not perfect. Morality is ultimately defined by those who are in power and those who are controlling the narrative and status quo and are allowed to educate generations and not just a small group of people. The moment you're in a position to educate generations of people is the moment that your legacy and power will expand far beyond what you've ever lived. Which is why we had to get rid of they had to get rid of monarchies.
Yeah.
Because with monarchies, you just continue the same thing for thousands and thousands of years based on one ideology. And if you're in power, when you look at Game of Thrones, you look at niggas like Tywin. We all love Tywin, but Tywin perpetuated that system. The family name, the legacy. What I teach you has been carried around from my father's father, from my father, from my father.
It's
from
dangerous.
The father. It's
because
very
what happens
dangerous.
is that because it's been carried on, you don't want to change.
You don't want to change it.
You don't change. You don't want to change it. You like this is, and it's kind of like religion or politics. If that's what you were taught, if that's what you were raised in, it's almost like a cult. That's why you don't talk about religion and politics at work.
Never
It's
do.
almost like a cult because you've been raised to think these things.
Yep.
You ain't come up with this shit on your own.
Nope.
For the most part, you were raised in this shit. It's tradition. This is what we do. You're a Lannister. A Lannister doesn't do this. And so even as the times change, you're stuck in this fucking weird ass time loop because that's how you were raised. Even though it's clear that it's time to update your fucking policies and procedures. But you're just stuck.
Yeah.
You don't want to do nothing because it's so ingrained in you. So bro, the world is a strange place, man.
Strange place, man. And just to kind of wrap things up, most people know already I'm a Christian. Brago knows more, obviously, but I'm a Christian. I was raised Christian. I was raised in a Christian family, and I know what that's like. And my view of the world is obviously painted with a Christian lens, but at the same time, I have done a very, very important. I've gone on a very important journey to understand everyone that's around me and try to understand the perspective of everybody. Because I can't just live in this bubble of what I believe in and then interact with people outside of that. We all live in the same world, no matter what it is I believe. I have to understand what other people are going through because if I live in that bubble, I'm a danger to other people.
As a Christian as well,
It's hard.
Some of the things that I've learned in the Bible, as a Christian, go through the years, also being from the Caribbean, you would understand. I don't even gotta say it, but you would understand just how today's world, if I didn't update how I viewed the world, the type of person I would be.
Yep.
Recently, where I'm from, this year, they just made it legal for anal penetration. It was illegal. They called it sodomy.
Yeah.
Right? And so imagine coming from that place, being a Christian, and how today's world is, where people are a lot more free. What my mindset would be.
It's scary, man.
You gotta grow.
And it's hard to get out of it.
You gotta grow, and I think as you become an adult,
Very hard to
that's
get
when you
out.
venture out and learn different
So
things.
props
about
for them
yourself.
for getting out of it.
Learn. How about you
Because
find out
it's
the
not
truth
an
of
easy
what's
thing.
going on? Question. I know it's
By
like how
any
you're
means,
raised with
so
religion.
props to
What
them.
about this? What about what this is? And so it's. I think it's on you to educate yourself.
Yeah.
But
You pray, boys.
it's going to be hard to break free from those things you're comfortable in. I think that's one of the hardest things to get uncomfortable. We don't like being uncomfortable. People that don't like public speaking, you don't want to public speak. People that don't like, riding the bus or riding a train or heights. It's you're like, man, I don't want to be uncomfortable. But I think once you get comfortable with being uncomfortable, you just realize how much you were restricting yourself from actually living.
Yeah.
Some people don't want to. They're scared of planes. I'm not comfortable on an airplane, but you're restricting yourself to one specific part of the world. If you get in an airplane, you know how much you could expand your horizons. It's insane. So I guess like one thing, if you take away from this stream, obviously just the effects of racism and classism, but expand your horizons, challenge yourself. Even once a year, challenge yourself to do something that you normally wouldn't do just because you're uncomfortable with it. Just get uncomfortable. It's not easy
That's
to do.
tough, man. I can't.
It's not easy to do at all.
It's not easy.
It is putting yourself in a position where your body is going to literally react negatively to it. You start sweating, right?
Yeah,
you
just
get
like how I'm
chills
doing now. You
because
get
you're not
fucking
comfortable with
peace
it.
on.
But you get there and you grow. It's going to be one of the most fulfilling things because you'll be like, man, if I didn't do this, I wouldn't. I
Can't imagine.
Think about DreamCon, and for the people that they're comfortable in their house, in their room, playing video games over, on the mic, talking to their friends. But with DreamCon, it's like you're going on a plane, going to stay in an Airbnb with real life strangers. But not strangers because we talk every day. But you've never met anyone before. You know how scary that fucking is?
Yeah.
You know how scary that is? To do that, to fly across the country and meet niggas that you've never met before.
Never met, never seen. Some people we didn't even know what they looked like.
You know what they look
Do you
like,
know how
bro?
much it takes for you? You've never shown yourself to anybody
Nothing.
to pull up. And mind you, I'm gonna be real. We're niggas. Not in the bad connotation that we've explained. We have some nigga moments, but we're niggas. You know, we're all from different walks of life. My walk of life is completely different from Brago's walk of life. Brago's Antiguan. I'm a Nigerian nigga that lived in the suburbs and grew up in England. And then you got people that have never showed their face before and to trust me to be who.
Let's switch up the vibe a bit.
I've had my therapist since I was 15 years old.
How does she then adopt your baby? You talk to like your therapist is telling you that she's looking to adopt and you're looking to give up your baby and then it just happens?
Hello?
Hi.
Hi, is this Lyle?
Yeah, who's this?
This is Natalie.
How are you? How are you, Natalie?
I'm good. I'm good, Gek. How are you?
I'm good. I'm feeling a lot better. I was really feeling horrible yesterday.
That's tough.
And today I'm feeling much better. I'm still on the eternal pursuit for the answers, you know? But I think every day I get a little bit closer to some form of an answer, but I understand that there will never be any kind of final answer. But anyway, that's me.
Yeah.
What's up with you, man? What is it that you called in to talk about, if anything?
Well, I told the call screener that I put my daughter up for adoption, and
Sheesh.
my therapist actually has her.
Hey,
Okay.
Is that legal?
How old was you? Tell me the story. What happened?
So my daughter is about
Seems-
6 months old when it happened. It was back in January last year, and I was like going through a lot of like postpartum depression, not anything like too serious. I was just questioning my own capabilities of being a single mom, and I talked to my parents about it, and my parents are pretty close friends with my therapist. And so they talked to my therapist a little bit about it, and I ended up finding out that my therapist was looking to adopt or foster even. So I talked to her, and within like about 48 hours of that conversation, she came and picked up my daughter and
Wow.
took her to her place and started paperwork towards an adoption. I ended up actually talking to like some coworkers who pointed me in a direction of one of their parents was like an adoption attorney. So I talked to her because I was kind of like skeptical about everything with how fast it happened. So I talked to her, got her professional opinion. She thought the whole situation was sketchy just because of how fast it was and because it was my therapist that had her. I wasn't in like any sort of like unhealthy mindset that would put my daughter at risk of anything either. And so she said that she wanted me to pursue to get my daughter back, and so that's what I started to do.
She wanted you to what to get your daughter back?
To start pursuing to get her back, like in court.
So, okay, you gave your daughter up for adoption to your therapist, and now you are trying to get her back?
Well, I had a last court case, and basically where everything at it is kind of finalized. Everything did happen really fast. One of the paperwork was printed out online. It was one that me and my baby daddy signed for our rights. So that part was like a really, really big red flag, and that's what made my attorney, wanted me to pursue like getting her back because she thought it was just like a bad idea. But later I just talked to my parents and my therapist about it, and we just decided to keep it as is and have visitation.
Okay, let's start from the beginning.
Okay.
It says here that you're 22?
Yes.
Okay. Was this child planned?
No.
Okay. And when you found out that you were pregnant, did you have a conversation or a debate, or, you know, what was your thoughts about whether or not you wanted to bring it to term?
So,
what were your thoughts about that?
Yeah. So when I found out I was pregnant, I was kind of depressed. And I didn't see it more of like a burden, something that was going to make my life harder. I thought it more of, I'm going to change for the better. I'm going to change my life around for this being, this human that's in my body. I'm going to better myself for her. I'm going to, do whatever it takes to make this one thing happy. I created a purpose for myself to be a mom.
Okay. And that purpose, it's sort of like you adapted to the scenario to go, okay, maybe this is an opportunity to, try to get a little bit closer to being the kind of person I want to become in service of this child.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And the father, what's his deal? Is he involved? Are you guys together?
He
What's the
preferred
story?
not to be involved. He's
Okay.
toxic, kind of narcissistic. It's not really something I wanted around my daughter.
Piece of shit.
Okay, so he's not going to be involved.
No.
Okay. And are you still seeing him?
What was that? Sorry?
Are you still seeing him romantically?
Oh, no.
Okay.
No,
do you still
absolutely
talk
not.
to him at all? Do you still talk to him?
I have him on Snapchat, and like the pictures I get of my daughter, I'll send to him, just because I feel like he has the right to be able to, see her as well. Not like in person, but like pictures,
Okay, so is he asking for pictures, but he doesn't necessarily want to even be but he doesn't want to be involved or go to see her in person?
No, he's complicated. He's all over the place when it comes down to his feelings towards this. He originally wanted to help me pursue the whole thing, changed his mind halfway through, and then, I was just like, I don't know what I was thinking, trying to get him involved, because, he hasn't changed.
Okay. So, you have the kid. How does it feel when you have the kid?
So I only have like visitation. So when I do go, it's like with like my therapist and her husband as well. So like my
No.
daughter's
I'm
parents.
talking about. I know that you gave your daughter up at 6 months, but I'm talking about 1 day old. What are the feelings? What are the thoughts?
Oh, I was obsessed with her. Like I was happier than I've ever been my entire life. I discovered that a mother's love is like a genuine new type of emotion. It was truly a great experience. But
okay. And then tell me, over the course of those 6 months,
She
what led
herself
you to make the
is a
decision to put her up for
narcissist.
adoption?
so I have a memory disorder, and there were certain times, like certain days, where like my daughter wouldn't fuss, she wouldn't cry, she was an excellent baby, so she would have a dirty diaper and she wouldn't fuss about it. And so I had to start setting alarms, so I made sure she had a clean diaper to make sure that I personally wasn't forgetting. And I look down upon myself for doing that. I'm like, a normal, quote unquote normal mom shouldn't have to do that. And so I thought that I would be worse for her, having to like do all this extra stuff to make sure I'm doing everything that I need to do. I just thought that she would be better off with somebody else who knew what they were doing and didn't have this this like wall, you know.
Okay,
this
so
obstacle.
you made a very adult decision to go, I love this person so much that I know I'm not going to be the best caregiver for them, and so I'm going to give them up to somebody
financially
who will.
or mentally.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's a mature decision to make.
I got a lot of negative feedback on it. I
From
lost a
who?
lot of the majority of my support system.
Why did you? Tell me what was your
just
support
like
systems?
the friends that I had.
Okay, what were their what was their reasoning as to why
So-
that was a bad decision?
Even though it's a risk and I don't know what's on the other side, I'm going to make a bet on myself.
I guess I'm kind of looking at this as a sort of rebirth opportunity.
I just quit my job and flew to Scotland with no money or plans or friends.
This is day one of me exercising every day.
I've really gone and done it now.
I think I just lost.
Turned in my 2-week
Whoa.
notice. I just took the leap.
Yeah, I'm really
I was
liking how
flushed.
my hair's been going.
I feel like we're on the verge of a renaissance.
They say to do what you love, and I love to dance. Oh my God! I'm proud of you.
I can't imagine a more beautiful thing.
Having any fun yet?
Carnival is back. Rio is back. This is dedicated to the disabled community. This is our moment.
I wanted other women and other people of color to know it is possible.
Sydney McLaughlin, there is no stopping her. That's a world record.
When I was a little girl, all I wanted to see was me in the media.
Change has become a constant. The way we embrace it defines our future.
I've never seen this kind of courage. They're fighting with all they have.
The word freedom right now means a lot for us.
This could be the beginning of a new era.
You know, I call it evolution.
This is what believing looks like. And don't you ever, ever give up on you.
At Men's Warehouse this holiday, find something special for that special someone. Score a new look for New Year's, or have it both ways. Double the holiday cheer with a gift for them and a gift for you. Men's Warehouse. Love the way you look.
They thought that me and my daughter should be together, I got a lot of people that were happy that I was pursuing to get her back, but then, cut me off again once they realized that I, stopped doing that of just going for visitation and stuff. And
So now here's what's weird to me, and I'm sure what's weird to people who are listening, and is just a little weird. This is a little weird. Okay.
No, it's a weird situation.
No. Well, okay, I mean, what you're going, the therapist thing is the really weird. And I want to kind of figure out what's going on here. So I assume you said, how long have you been seeing your at the time that you had that the child was born? How long had you been seeing your therapist?
Some leaves must fall.
I've had my therapist since I was 15 years old, since 2015.
Okay, so a long time.
That's really, really, really weird.
She's like another parental figure for me.
That's really weird.
And I assume when your baby was born, you had a lot to talk about in therapy.
Yeah.
Okay, and what kinds of things were you talking with your therapist about?
I was mostly worried about my baby daddy sticking around, and he didn't, but that's okay. My therapist, she was great. She was telling me there's single moms out there. It doesn't mean you can't do it. Don't listen to what other people have to say. Your baby best, and she was doing great. She gave me really good advice when it came towards not listening to other people.
Okay. And then how does she then adopt your baby? You talk to like your therapist is telling you that she's looking to adopt and you're looking to give up your baby, and then it just happens?
Yeah, so I had to actually do more paperwork that was canceled my therapist being my actual me going to therapy with her. So I got another therapist, and I see him now instead of her, but legally she couldn't still be my therapist and have my daughter as well as her mom.
Yeah, I was gonna say there seems to me to be a lot of conflicts of interest with this.
Yeah, that was the whole issue with court too.
Okay. So are you still now who is in possession of the child? Is it your therapist?
Yeah, it's still my therapist.
Jesus Christ.
Okay. And did you find a new therapist?
Yes.
Okay. Can I ask you what your new therapist's opinion?
What's
I
my
wanna
next
know,
question?
What's your new therapist's opinion on this entire situation? What have they told you?
The therapist that has my daughter, she referred me to the therapist I have now. They work together at a rehab I went to when I was really young. That's how I met the original therapist.
Okay.
That
so
sounds
I know
so
who
sketchy.
their
Why is
therapist
she going
since
through her?
2015.
Okay.
As well.
Okay, so
I just didn't
what is
do therapy
their
with him.
what is his opinion?
So
on
he
all of this?
he doesn't think it's bad. He asked me more of my opinion, if anything. I don't think I necessarily know his opinion because he's talking to me about so much about how I feel about it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Does he have any? Well, does he have any opinion on the conflict of interests involved in your therapist adopting your child?
Yeah.
I didn't necessarily talk to him about the conflict of interest. I was just her name's Annie. Annie has her, and like I miss her, but like he's like, oh, you're still able to see her. Just be grateful that it's her who has her because she's giving you like visitation and like, you know, like you fought in court against her, and she's still like willing to let you see your daughter.
That's sus.
Okay. Tell me about this. Tell me about what's going on in court. Okay, so you give your daughter up for adoption to your therapist, and then you what made you kind of retract your decision to do that and then go to the court?
So I talked to Annie and my parents about everything, and I found out that Annie's attorney was saying that it's a done deal. Like you guys have her. There's no way you can she can get her back legally now because the adoption's finalized and stuff. And my attorney was kind of fighting to get my old therapist, Annie, her license taken away. She was telling me that's how I would get my daughter back, when in reality that wasn't the case at all. So I just like went to the court, like asked for a hearing, and I was just like, honestly, at this point, I feel like she is in the healthiest place for her. Like she's healthy, she's happy, she has a great support system. I'm able to see her, and you know, I just asked them to
And
put
so
an
you
end
give
to
up on your daughter. Don't really fuck with
So
it.
where are we at now? Is there there plans for your daughter to return into your custody?
No. It's
Okay.
she's gonna stay with Annie. It's not necessarily what I want, but it's honestly what I do believe what's best for her. Because I mean, I'm only 22. I don't have like the best job. I don't make that much money. Like she's like Annie makes a lot more money than I do.
I'm hearing
so
a lot of excuses.
You're still in the mindset that caused you to want to give her up in the first place, which is just that you're not the best possible caretaker for her, and you know that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Are you still gonna go visit her?
Yes. I FaceTime her, I get pictures, and I'm gonna see her for Thanksgiving.
Are you hoping to or planning to be a active part of her life?
Yes. So I was actually adopted myself, and one of my biggest issues growing up was not having a relationship with my adopted family, because I missed and wanted so badly to have a relationship with my birth family that I couldn't have, because I mean, you know, they weren't there. So like, I know it's best for me and also best for her to stick around and be a part of her life.
Okay. So
And it's more than anything what I want to.
So legally, your former therapist is going to be this child's mother, and you will be the birth mother, and you're all going to be involved in her life.
What could possibly go wrong?
Okay, and the baby daddy is out, but he gets the Snapchats and stuff.
Yeah, he gets the pictures.
Okay.
So funny. You're so
so you told me that your therapist asked you a bunch of questions about your opinion about this whole situation, correct?
Yeah.
And what were your thoughts?
It's definitely a whiplash of emotion. There are days where I'm like, yeah, this is what's best for her, and then there are days like where I'm like, oh, I wish I continued to pursue in court. I wish I had her here with me. But I always have to take a step back and remember to look at that bigger picture. And I thought of it more of a could or should type of situation, if anything. Yeah, I can fight for my daughter back, but should I? Is this going to be what's best for her? Like, you know, it's all over the place.
Yeah. Well, I think it's a good thing that you.
Magic eraser. It's a game changer, and I'll tell you why. I had Julie and her dog pose right in front. She's like, Jesse, background's crowded. I said, Julie, you let me worry about that, okay? Took a shot. I used my finger, manually selected all the people, and in 4 seconds, I clicked erase. And she's like, wait, you don't have to Photoshop it? I was like, not anymore. Honestly, it's pretty hard to take a bad picture with the Pixel. My name is Jesse, and I have a Google Pixel.
You are making decisions with your top priority being what is going to be best for her. Okay. What's next for you, Natalie? Are you in school? Do you work? Tell me about your life, because you're very young. What do you want to do?
I am. I'm still figuring that out, because I had my mind set and basically a purpose for myself to be a mom, and now that's no longer in front of me. I actually had this conversation with like the guy I'm seeing like the other day, and he's just like, you know, just don't get in your head too much about it. Yeah, I don't know where I'm going. I'm just trying to do one day at a time, keep myself happy and healthy, you know, keep a job. I think
She
doing
sounds
school would be cool,
extremely
but, like, I
horribly
wouldn't know
depressed, if
what
I'm going to give my
exactly.
undiagnosable opinion.
Do you have a lot of friends and family? I mean, like, what's your current support system look like?
I have a old high school friend. She's my roommate now. She's basically my support system. I struggle with trust issues with like my family and stuff, and they're extremely Mormon, and I'm extremely not.
Okay, so you grew up,
there's
did you
a
grow
lot
up Mormon?
of. I grew up Mormon, left the church really at a young age, but. Definitely not something I believe.
Do you like your new therapist?
I do.
Okay. Natalie, I am a random guy with no training of any kind or no knowledge of any kind in anything. I just come on here and talk to people about their lives, and I try not to give advice or tell people what to do. But something is telling me right now, I'm not going to tell you what to do, but what if I floated the idea around of getting a therapist? Because I know you said that this guy is like, you know, someone that you've known for a while and someone that knows this person that is the guardian of your daughter now. What if I floated up the idea of getting a therapist who is not remotely involved in this situation at all and doesn't know anyone that you know?
Yeah. Okay.
Because there is a lot of...
I definitely had that.
There is a lot
Sorry,
of
go ahead.
conflicts. There's just so many conflicts of interest here. How are you feeling? Before we go, Allison, how are you just feeling in general?
Good. I mean, not terrible, not amazing, just content, you know. I tried to stay optimistic about as much as I can.
Okay. Good. Allison, is there any other like aspect of this that we didn't cover that you wanted to talk about, or anything else you want to say to me or to the people at the computer, or you know?
Yeah, it's Natalie actually. It's Natalie actually, but
did I call you Alice? Did I call you Allison just now?
You did.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. But just to the people at the computer, like, you know, life throws things at you, throws obstacles. Shit gets really, really hard, but keep chugging along. Like, you know, if you give up now, you won't be able to see what there is to come.
Thank you very much for calling, Natalie.
Oh, thank you, Lyle. Appreciate the time.
Have a good one. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, that
Hold on
entire
for
situation
a
is so
few
messed up.
seconds. I don't. Sometimes I've been thinking a lot more about how I want to approach the way I do this podcast, and my favorite thing to do is to just talk to a person and get the story in their own words, and give as little of my own commentary as I possibly can. Although sometimes that's not true. Sometimes I do give a bunch of my own commentary. So look, definitely a conflict of interest there. With the therapist sounds like she's a little bit too involved in Natalie's life. I don't know what I'm talking about, but
No, you do. You do.
I feel like
100%.
I feel like a therapist should not. I feel like your therapist probably shouldn't know your family. They probably shouldn't be close enough to you to take custody of your daughter. It just feels like a lot. So I hope that Natalie can find a new therapist who has nothing to do with her family or her life or any of that stuff. I think that sounds like a much better way to go. And then as far as like this whole situation with the kid, I mean, fuck, man, that's some rough shit. That's some heavy shit. Sometimes I don't have anything else to say other than fuck, that is some heavy shit. But I hope her daughter, I don't know what I don't know. I'm not a child psychologist. I don't know what growing up in an environment like that with all these kind of unclear parental roles does to a kid. I don't know. I'm trying to think of like what Natalie can do moving forward just for herself. Keep going, man. It was nice to hear that she was making decisions with her daughter's well-being in mind. Like, I did mean what I said when I feel like it's a mature thing. It takes a lot to be able to look at yourself and go, yeah, I'm not it for this kid. I don't have a job enough. I don't have a, whatever enough to be able to take care of the kid. So I'm going to put her somewhere where she will be taken care of. I think that's a lot. Thanks for sharing your story, Natalie. God bless you. Hello?
Hello?
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
What's your name?
I am Aiden.
Aiden. What's going on with you?
Nothing much. So I called in because I need help with something.
Yeah, hit me.
So I just don't understand how people can do like weird shit in like Walmart or public in general, like pranks and shit. I've tried it with my friend. We can't do it. We can't stand the embarrassment. I just don't know what we have to do.
What kind of pranks are you and your friends doing in Walmart?
So well, like I don't know, just like I couldn't even tell you like specific prank, just like weird shit, embarrassing shit. I'm here with my friend. You can.
What? How do you even? Okay, let me talk to your friend. By the way, can you take me out with the speakerphone? It's a little hard to hear you.
Yeah. Okay, hello. This is Ryan. Okay.
Hi, Ryan.
So,
Ryan, what pranks are you and your friends doing in Walmart?
So basically, there's a lot of guys like I don't know if you've heard of like a YouTuber named Fulcrum.
I've seen the genre that you're discussing.
Yeah, but
he will go into like Walmarts and other like I don't know like food establishments and stuff, and he'll just rip a blinker like on his cart, and then just go and like what does he do? He wants. Oh,
What does rip a blinker mean?
Ripping a blinker like on a cart. Yeah,
I know. I don't know what that means. Okay, let me ask you guys this. Okay, you guys are trying to make videos, right? So you're going into public and you're afraid of.
We don't want to make.
A new car loses about 10% of its value the minute you drive off the lot. Or more. That's why Farmer's new car replacement pays to replace it with a new one of the same make and model. Get a whole lot of something with Farmer's policy perks.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
We don't want to make videos. We just want to do it for fun.
Okay. What are you trying? Because listen, I've asked you guys, what is it that you want to do, and you haven't given me an answer, and I'm having. How are you unable to do a thing that you don't even know what the thing is?
Because that's not the issue we're having. It's more about getting over the embarrassment of it.
Yes, the embarrassment of doing what?
Red is the color of destiny.
Well, so like, would you go out? I mean, I don't know if you would. But all right, so you never watched like pranks like in public in Walmart, like on YouTube?
Yes, I have watched. I've watched pranks in public in Walmart. But I'm asking you what it is that you specifically are trying to do. If you don't even know what it is that you're too embarrassed to do, that you don't know that you're too embarrassed to do it.
So like we'll go in and like I can't think of the specific one right now. I don't know. Like what? Give me an example of a prank you see on YouTube or TikTok.
Me? I'm asking. I want to know from you. Okay, we're gonna reverse engineer this. Okay. Who am I talking to? Ryan?
Aiden.
Aiden, what are you hoping to get out of doing this?
Just satisfaction. I mean, like, yeah, we're not making any. We don't want to make any videos, but it's just like something fun to do. Because like where we're from, like there's nothing really to do when we hang out. So it's just, I don't know, something to do.
Okay, what do you guys want to do? You say that there's nothing to do where you're from, but you have the agency to go where you want and do what you want. What is it that you want to do?
Go to Walmart and do weird stuff.
Okay, what kind of weird stuff do you want to do at Walmart?
Like, go up to people and ask them weird questions. Have them talking to Mike.
Okay. Here, I can give you my take on that. I don't know if it's going to be helpful to you guys.
Okay.
Here, I do stuff in public. I film that in public. And my philosophy is I don't mind doing weird stuff in public. I don't even mind other people doing weird stuff in public. But there's two schools of thought when it comes to going out in public and doing weird stuff. There are people who do weird things in a very non-invasive way, and other people are invited if they desire to participate. That's what I do when I go out in public as a gecko, when I set up my stand and people can come and talk to me if they want. And then there are the people, and look, I'm not going to fully shit on this because there are people who do this, like Eric Andre, who I fucking love, that do it well. There are a lot of people who do it very annoyingly that I don't like. But in contrast to setting up a thing and inviting other people to be engaged in it if they desire, there are people who go out into public and do their thing at people. Like the fucking guy who takes the paper towel roll and puts it up to someone's ear and like whispers into it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Don't listen. I've been going on my podcast about not telling people what to do. Don't do that. Yeah. If you really want to go out and do stuff in public, if you really go out and do weird stuff in public, do it in a way that invites other people to be involved if they want. But don't go out and do annoying things at people, because then they'll just get pissed off and you're not really doing anything. Like, if you want to walk around in a fucking bunny rabbit costume and walk around Walmart and do your bunny rabbit dances and walk around the town square of Florida or whatever and do your bunny rabbit dance for money, go do that. Do something that invites people into it if they desire, but don't bring people into your TikToks.
All right.
Big facts.
I could do that.
What do you think about all
yeah.
that?
I could see that, but now the thing is, like, I wouldn't have the courage to get into a bunny costume going to Walmart. I'll just feel too embarrassed. I'd probably wear
This
it,
conversation is so
but I wouldn't
nothing.
get out of the car and walk in. There's just gonna be something stopping me.
It's pretty much legitimately.
So, yeah, like a physical barrier stopping me.
Interesting. What if your friend did it with you?
He's the same way.
Really? You guys both wouldn't do it together? I would challenge you guys. Do this. It's when I first started doing this, I was afraid to walk around in a gecko costume in my neighborhood because I was embarrassed. And now I go to foreign countries and walk around, and I don't really bat an eye. I feel very comfortable. The only way to get comfortable being embarrassed is to just exposure therapy your way through it. And by the way, I think the thesis behind what you guys are trying to do, which is be more comfortable with yourselves, to not mind being embarrassed, I actually think that that's a positive thing to be doing. And you should do it. You should go out in public in your bunny rabbit costume and learn how to not be embarrassed and feel like you're being perceived by other people. You should do it. Just don't do shit at other people.
Okay,
Do you understand the difference?
Yeah.
Okay, word.
I get what you mean. You made me feel good from this conversation. I wasn't expecting that. I mean, you always make everybody feel good from your conversations, but from that topic,
okay, good.
I'm surprised.
Good. Is there any other? No, I think about this a lot. Is there any other aspect of this or anything else in particular that you guys want to talk about or say to the people at the computer before we go?
No. You have a great show. Thank you so much. I love you.
Thanks, man.
And yeah.
Good luck in your guys' bunny adventures.
Thank you so much. You too.
It's an important distinction, I think, because I have seen the videos that they're talking about. And I hate a lot of them. I hate the videos where people are going into there's these videos where these kids will go into Walmart and they'll be filming, and there's a guy and he works at Walmart and doesn't even know what TikTok is. He's just doing his job. And he's like, hey, can you guys quit fucking around in the store? And then he's like, can you guys not record me while I'm doing this? And the kids are like, we're not recording. This is actually just a toy phone. It's not real. And it's like, why this guy? Why? I don't think you should fuck with anyone. But why are you fucking with this guy? And then everyone in the comments is like, why is this Walmart guy being such a Karen? He's doing his job. For God's sakes. Listen, I'm totally game. For going out in public and doing weird stuff. But that's, to me, the distinction is, go out in a public area and do you. I encourage going out in public and doing weird stuff. But just don't do it at people. Do it in a way that invites people to be involved in it if they desire, not, running up to people with the fucking paper towel roll and screaming in their ear. So that's, I guess, what I wanted to get through to those guys, because it's a good thesis of a thing that they're trying to do, but I just hope they do it in a good way. I've seen prank videos done well. But also there are people who go out and do their thing at people, but it's not teenagers on TikTok. It's like Eric Andre or fucking Borat or something, and I love that shit. But if you're a 17 and you're on TikTok, you're just not as smart as those guys.
Giant
and you're
monkey.
Not gonna be able to do it. Hello.
Hello.
The fuck.
Hi, who's this?
My name is Sydney.
Sydney, what's going on with you?
So basically, my boyfriend and I had been together. Well, we still are together for about like 8 months. But like 2 months ago, I like caught him just kind of in like a trail of lies, and then since then, like I kind of accused him of cheating on me. And then since then, though, he's like treated me so differently, and there's been so many things that I've just noticed that he does. And all my friends, are like, it's bad, you should break up with him. But in my mind, I feel like I'm just like overreacting, and I just wanted some advice.
You said you caught him in a trail of lies. What does that mean?
So it was just like one night, we were hanging out with some people, and these two girls came over, and we're like, he's 22, and these girls came over.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it helps take annoying items out of pictures. Introducing our newest Google Pixel phones.
Over, and they said they're 18 and all these things, and I didn't think much of it until then. They were like, oh, like, we were over last night, and I was never told that like they were over last night. And then when I like called him out on it, he like just didn't, like, said it didn't happen and it wasn't true. And then he switched up saying like, oh, it did, but I just didn't tell you.
So
was, like,
he
the
had
first thing.
he had girls over that you didn't know about?
Yeah, I didn't know them. He said that he knew them, and like to me that still wasn't like that bad, because I was like, oh, like I wouldn't stop him from like hanging out with people. And
Okay,
I've never
tell me
been
about
jealous.
tell me about the thing in your mind that you observed about the situation that is really alarming you.
It was the fact of like, I don't know, the fact that they're 18 and he's 22 was just like odd. Like, how do you know them? And I wasn't like in a way, like I didn't come at him like saying he was cheating on me, but the second it was brought up, he got like super defensive.
Sure.
And that's what like set me to like thinking it was something different, because I wasn't even that upset about it, and then he just became so defensive over it, and like continuously is so defensive.
You said he's been treating you differently. In what way do you observe he's treating you differently?
He has always just been so nice, and then after that incident, he just is mean to me, like for no reason. But then like if I say something, he falls back like I'm just joking, but like he never really joked like that before. And then he'll accuse me of being on him.
Okay, so Sydney, listen. Aside from racking our heads around perceived evidence of something that we're pretty sure happened, but we're thinking about whether or not we're aside from that, like strip everything away and just answer me. Are you feeling like being in this relationship is a positive thing for you in your life?
The way that I see it, I mean, most of the time it's good, and then it's just the moments when it's bad, it's like super bad. He just is so mean. And
Then yeah, you should break up.
It's hard to just say like I don't feel like it's positive, because it is sometimes, but I can never tell if the positive outweighs the negative of it.
Okay. Tell me more about the positive of it. What is it doing for you beneficially to your life to be in this relationship?
I mean, he makes me happy when it's good. I feel like him and I are very similar. We just enjoy the same things. Every conversation is always good, and he's always there for me when I need him.
You said you guys have been dating for 8
But
months?
then there's just, and like...
No, keep going. What is there?
Okay. I was just going to say the main one, the other evidence like that I found was like, there was like a bra that was found in his apartment, and people accused it of being mine, but like it wasn't mine. And that was suspicious to me. but he has roommates also, so it's not like it could be one of theirs. And then he said that like he was out of condoms, and I knew like how many he had before that. But then he did the like, oh, like I gave it to friends. But my one friend has hooked up with another one of his friends that he said that he gave it to, and like he didn't like ever use condoms with her, which that could have changed, but it was recently.
Sydney, it sounds like this whole thing is stressing you out a lot.
It is stressing me out a lot.
Okay, how often throughout this 8-month? How often throughout this 8-month relationship? Like, think about the feelings of stress that you're feeling right now. Forget about the facts, and we're gonna do the feelings here. This feeling of stress, of did this happen, and this all these like, is that something you felt recurringly throughout these past 8 months?
Not in the beginning. It's the recent like past 2 months.
Okay. Does the stress that you're feeling right now feel like it is worth it to continue being in this relationship?
In the beginning, it didn't, but the more that I sit on it, I feel like almost like I gaslight myself into like being like it's not what I think, and I'm not upset about it, but I think I am still upset about it. And I feel more just like.
No, please keep going. How do you feel?
Go ahead. I was just gonna say I feel more like I just try to ignore it and push it aside so much now that I'm like just okay with it.
Yeah, the whole thing about gaslighting yourself in really any situation, it's very hard to tell. Am I overreacting to this, or right? As you said, are you gaslighting yourself? I don't know, and I'm not an expert on anything, but I'm thinking about this, and to me, the facts of what happened is less important as the bottom line of is being in this relationship making your life better or worse. That's the bottom line here. And again, I'm not going to tell you what to do, but I think you should meditate on your feel. What else is going on in your life, by the way?
Well, I just like moved, and I have a new job now, and like have been through a lot of change in the last like 2 weeks.
Okay. Is it positive? Is it change that you're excited about?
Yeah, and I'm like very proud of myself a lot of the time from it too.
Okay. Okay, so there are other things in your life aside from this relationship that are making you feel good about being alive.
Yeah.
Okay, that's great to hear. Because again, I'm not gonna tell you what to do, but I think you should. Let me put it like this: you should take everything, take all the aspects of your life. The new place that you're in, your friends, your job, this guy, your fucking dog, your hobbies. Lay them all out on the table, and do a little housekeeping, and say which of these things are positively adding to my life. Which of these things do I want to continue to invest my time and energy into, and then which are negatively impacting me and maybe are not worth investing my time and energy further into, and clean house a little bit.
Yeah.
How does that sound?
Seems like what I gotta do. That sounds good.
Okay, good.
It feels more beneficial to think of it that way than like, I don't know, obviously my friends are instantly just like, just break up with him and all that. So
well, because here's why I don't want. I'm thinking about this, and fucking people can go back and listen to phone calls that I've made, and I'll probably slip up in the future. I'm thinking about like, I think you should arrive at your own destination of what you feel like you should do. And I think if I could give you that framework of thinking about it, do that and see what comes out of it.
Yeah, thank you so much.
For sure, man. Sydney, is there anything else you want to say to the people at the computer before we go?
Okay, this is Isabella. I'm Sydney's friend. I'm the one that forced her to call. I was just gonna say I love my friend. Shout out to Khalil, and please come to Florida on tour again. I know you went to Miami, but Orlando or Tampa, please.
Oh shit! Well, I am going back to Florida, but I'm going to Miami. All right, we'll consider Tampa. I'll think about Tampa.
Bro, we're gonna road trip. Yeah, we'll Tampa, please. It's an easier road trip.
Okay. All right, we'll think about it. Thank you guys very much, man. I'll hopefully see you around the universe. I've been sometimes I really want to tell people what to do. I've been thinking about it a lot. I've been thinking about this. And if I could just I don't want to say things that people can then go back and look at how I've responded to calls in the past and go, well, you did this. I know. I'm trying.
At Men's Warehouse this holiday, find something special for that special someone. Score a new look for New Year's, or have it both ways. Double the holiday cheer with a gift for them and a gift for you. Men's Warehouse. Love the way you look.
To see how deep I can get into a call without actually even telling anybody what to do. Because what the fuck do I know about what people who I've talked to for 5 minutes should do with their lives? But I hope that Sydney makes a decision that leads her to greater well-being in the future. I'll say that. Oh wait, shit! Fuck! I gotta do this. Dylan,
Yeah?
Dylan, I saw your call, and
With focus.
it says here that you were at the Seattle show. I do these live shows for context. I do live shows where I bring people on stage and talk with them. And you were at one of them. It says here, and you were on stage as the cowboy, and I remember you.
Yeah, the first one on stage for the first show.
Be wary.
And I'm glad you called in because I remember we talked on stage about you being a cowboy, and then this girl came on after you, and she was talking about she was having these relationship issues. And I said to her, I was like, what kind of guy do you want to be with? And then she looks at you, you're sitting back in the crowd, and she says, a cowboy.
That is exactly how it played out.
Okay. And then after the show, someone came up to me and they were like, yo, remember the two people that you interviewed? I just saw them in the lobby holding hands with each other. And I was like, well, all right. Cool. Fucking making little gecko babies here. So tell me your perspective of that situation.
Yes. Well, after you ran off the stage for the first show, I went over and I still had the alcohol on me, who was taking care of my concussion, so still had that confidence. But we went across the street to a bar, got a few drinks, talked for a little bit, and then she was very, very drunk, so I got her an Uber home. And I came back to your show. I snuck back into your second show. Sorry, I can Venmo if you. I can Venmo you if you want.
No,
for
you're
me
perfect.
To pay for
You're
something.
perfect.
All right. Yeah. Snuck back into the second show. Finished watching that show, and we texted for a little bit after the show. We went and got brunch Sunday. That was really good. But yeah, I think she ghosted me.
Man, so you guys went on a little date after the show, and you got her an Uber home, That was nice of you. And then you guys went out to brunch.
Running the fucking
the Sunday after the show, like 2 Sundays ago, we went and got brunch. Really nice. We had some oysters.
What did you guys talk about over brunch? Well, that's such a funny way to meet somebody for a date. Is like in this very public way.
Oh, we talked about like what our interests were, some of her favorite comedians. You were one of them, and then another comedian by the name of Randy. We talked about where we grew up, you know, how different our lives are, and it seemed like we were really clicking, you know, just opposite worlds attract.
How was the vibe? Because both of you guys seemed like you were pretty intoxicated, and so you like met each other drunk, and then in the morning you had brunch and like met each other like sober for the first time. What did that? How was that vibe?
I would say the vibe was good. I mean, I didn't think it was awkward. I enjoyed myself. Granted, I did have a couple mimosas while we were at brunch.
Of course,
that may say something, but whatever. But I would say it was pretty good. You know, I talked her ear off. She talked my ear off. Ate some delicious oysters. So I thought it was a pretty good brunch.
Now, you feel as though she has ghosted you.
I do. Sadly, I do. So I texted her. Yeah.
You said you texted. What did you text her?
I texted her last Wednesday, and I was asking her if she was going to be busy this past weekend because I was going to go downtown, go to Pike's Marketplace, get some holiday shopping done. And I had never been to the top of the Needle before, so I went to the top of the Needle. And I was going to ask her to tag along. And Wednesday went by, Thursday went by, Friday came. I said, don't worry, take your time to answer. Saturday came and went. Sunday came and went. And it still is on delivered. So...
You know, Dylan, I'll say a few things. First of all, listen, you
Let
had
him know.
yourself just for whatever this, yes, it didn't end in, eternal love, but for whatever it's worth, this date and this time you had with this person that you met at the show. Hold on, I have to sneeze. Oh my God.
Bless you.
Okay, we'll cut that. Or maybe we'll keep it in. I don't know.
Keep it.
You think I should keep it in?
I do. I really do. The people should hear.
For whatever it's worth, I think you had a very interesting experience, like meeting this person at the show, getting to know them, all that stuff. It seems like you had a good time. And if those drinks and holding hands in the lobby and the brunch afterwards was all you really got out of that moment, I say appreciate that for what it was. You had a nice time. It didn't turn into eternal love, except that you had the nice time. The moment was good. It gave to you what it had to give. You know what I'm saying? And I wouldn't spend so much time fixating on it. Because, that girl, we have no idea what is going on in her life. We got no idea how she's feeling. We have no idea if her not responding to you has anything to do with you. And even if it does, it doesn't matter. It's like there's so much to assume that any kind of assumption is unproductive. So if I were you, I would find a way to move on with my life and appreciate those moments for what they were.
That's fair. Yeah, I mean, definitely top 10 stories of my life. Just the whole
See?
situation. But yeah.
See, I mean, that's the thing. Is like the story of it, the situation of it,
He
in and of itself,
is hurt.
is a
He's
valuable
hurt
thing.
pretty bad by it. I'm not gonna lie. I think that's pretty obvious.
Learned a lot.
What'd you learn?
Gained valuable knowledge.
Homie is hurt.
What did you learn, Dylan?
Homie's hurt.
You know, keep expectations open. You never know who might say they're into cowboys.
You know, here's what we'll do. Next time I do a Gek date, I'm setting you up. All right, it worked once. It'll work again.
It did.
All right, when we come back to Seattle, I'm coming back to Seattle next year. We'll do something. I'll bring you back. We'll tell this story. We'll put you on a date on stage. We'll give you your redemption.
I'll wear my whole outfit. I'll wear my whole cowboy outfit next time.
Oh, please wear the whole. Please wear the whole cowboy outfit. We'll do it again. I love this idea.
Absolutely. Put it in your calendar.
Anything else you want to say to the people at the computer before we go, Dylan?
Is the color of destiny.
Be happy, be well, save a horse, ride a cowboy.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
That's cool. I like the idea that two people went alone to my show and then went on a little adventure. I was doing my meet and greet, and this actually happened in a bunch of cities, where somebody would be like two people would be in the line, and I'd be like, "Are you guys here together?" And they'd be like, "Well, actually, we just met. We both came alone." And that shit made me so happy because I was like, dude, I fucking go to shows by myself all the time. I do shit by myself all the time, and like to meet people when I go and do shit. And the idea that other people go alone and they meet people at my shit is fire. We'll redeem my boy. We'll get it. We'll find this cowboy some love. We'll make it happen.
What made me lean towards the Pixel was they had this feature that made darker skin look way more vibrant than I'm ever used to with a phone. I thought that was top tier. Like, I didn't have to fight with, like, the saturation or, like, I don't want things to be too complicated. I take a picture of me and it looks like me. Glowing and all. My name is Sheena and I have a Google Pixel.
Tell me your honest truth, Art. That's all I want.
I think you're looking for meaning in everybody else and not able to find meaning for yourself.
Oh, wait, that's very interesting. I'm looking for meaning in everyone else and not able to find meaning in myself.
Hello.
Hi.
Is this Gek?
Yeah, who is this?
This is Veronica. How you doing?
I'm doing good, Veronica. Listen, it says here that you have a boyfriend that you are currently with right now, and it says that he's a licensed therapist and that he does not like my show.
That is absolutely correct. I'm looking at him, and he's not happy.
Okay, and can I talk to him? Because it says you want me to talk to him so that we can hash it out. And this is actually something I've been wanting to do for a long time, and people who've listened to the podcast for a long time know I've been wanting to talk to somebody who does not like me, because I'm lucky enough that people come on the phone and they're excited to talk to me, but I want to experience what the opposite is like.
Well, here you go. Here's the thing: is I listen to you all the time. He hates when I listen to you. He cannot.
Perfect.
stand talking
Yeah,
to me.
put me on the phone. Yeah, put me on the phone with him.
His name's Art.
Okay, great.
Hello.
Hey, what's up, Art?
Oh, just trying to enjoy another Friday night. How about you, my friend?
Okay, am I interrupting that goal?
No, it's not that.
Okay.
I think it's more. I don't think Veronica understands that I don't want to work outside of work or be reminded of work outside of work, which is why I don't like your show. It's not necessarily a you thing, right? I mean, to be fair, I don't really know you or how you like do things. I might overhear her when she's watching it or something like that. And you know what? That's great. You provide a really great needed service and stuff like that.
You know, that's not what I wanted from you, Art. I wanted criticism. I want you to tell me how much you hate me. I want you to tell. Please give me what you want. Tell me your honest truth, Art. That's all I want. You don't have to worry about offending me. You don't have to be polite. Just tell me the honest truth.
I don't think, you should be given advice without the training. That's the main thing. I mean, I guess it's not really advice. Don't give advice. It's one of those things. I think, it's good that you can
Kind of
be a
sounds like
friend
he's
to these
jealous.
people, right? And,
I never said that.
sometimes, I know. It's good you can be a person that people can lean into, like a therapist. But, what do you got? Just practice? Usually it comes down to people telling you, like, hey, you lean into it. Like, how did you get into this? It was because one of your friends said, like, oh, you're really good at listening to people and stuff like that.
But it's like, why are you?
My friends don't like to talk to me about things going on in their lives. They don't trust me with that stuff.
Why is that? Is that because they're afraid you're going to say it on the radio?
No, I don't think that. I don't think they respect me.
Because you feel expected. Like, what's the balance there?
So, Art, I know this is a serious question. Okay, I'm not trying to fuck with you. This is not a gotcha thing. I want to.
Okay.
All right. So
you're fine.
What do you think I don't know? Like, in the practice of talking to people about stuff, what do you think I need to know that I don't know that makes this bad?
I think, honestly, I just kind of reversed my own thought. I think that people feel, the nice thing about you, I guess, you're a shit sandwich. The nice thing about you is that people feel like they develop a relationship with you. Because honestly, the relationship is the key, thing to change or creating things. And so people, they know you, helps to build comfortability, as well as being detached from them. I think the other piece to that is okay, they listen to you and they think they know you, and at the same time, you don't know what the fuck you're doing.
True.
Which, can, on occasion, I think, if anything, it's like, okay, well, it's a good release. Yeah, and there's the other part of the shit sandwich that's good is, at least you can give them that out. But it's just I think you're doing great, honestly.
No, tell me damn it, Art. I want the truth. All right, I get people coming in here all the time telling me nice things. I want the truth, Art.
I don't want to be at work when I'm trying to relax. I don't want to listen to people's problems outside of my job. That's why I don't like you. That's my thing. And I throw the criticisms of like, yeah, you don't entirely know what you're doing, and you're doing great service for they. But
here's the thing. Here's the thing. I've been thinking. Part of me, and I try to set this up where it's more so you can talk to a gecko about anything, and it's almost a little bit more journalistic than it is therapistic, because sometimes people just call in and I don't want to be the advice guy. I don't want to be.
Does it feel like voyeurism to you?
Yes, it is. It's voyeurism. Well, it's voyeurism for me and for everyone watching, and I think that in the process of explaining themselves, the people do get some kind of a relief, because maybe they're explaining something that they haven't gotten the chance to explain to anyone else in their personal life, and then we're just kind of sitting here listening. I'm not trying to, I mean, I do sometimes just because it comes out of me, but I'm not trying to give people advice. I'm mostly trying to just like ask them stuff about themselves, more journalistically than therapeutically, but also you could find a lot of examples of me not doing that and me just totally pretending to be a therapist.
Oh yeah, probably. But I think,
Definitely.
Honestly, half the time I feel like I don't know what I'm doing in my job, and I think I do. A pretty good job, but
all right. So how are we any different, Art, if you don't know what you're doing either?
well, because I'm actually trained at, I know what I'm doing. It just feel like I don't know what I'm doing. Is the issue? It's more of a confidence thing.
I said I wasn't trying to get you, but I said I got you just now.
You got me. You got me there. Yeah.
No,
yeah. But I think you've experienced it yourself. I mean, someone will say something, and it's like you almost have like that out of body experience where you're like, I don't know what the hell to say to this.
100%.
And I've heard terrible, awful things, and just very weird things. And sometimes just saying that is the big thing. I think I'm honestly, if you want my opinion, I have no idea if you've ever considered going to school for it or anything like that. But, from what I've heard, you do a pretty decent job. You'd consider it with a little more training. But, you do pretty well for yourself, I imagine. And this is fine. And people are interested in...
He sounds like a prick who isn't a good therapist.
I think that's a little... I don't know. That feels a little gross to me. But, if it is getting a person into therapy, then great. If that's their,
Tell me why it feels gross to you.
I think in a lot of ways it's just kind of like getting off on other people's things. It's a lot like gossip and shit like that. I guess why people like gossip and things. I'm not biggest. It's just one of those things. That's my personal opinion, but
I respect that.
Well, but again, at the end of the day, looking for criticism for criticism's sake, that's it. The biggest thing, I just don't want to be reminded of work.
What
when I'm not at work? Oh, I made some pasta. I made a nice pasta and brought Veronica some flowers, and this is what she what she gives back.
Art, tell me this, Art. All right, when somebody says something to you, and you're fancy schmancy
like my
real
friend
therapy.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm just fucking with you. When someone says something real to you, something you don't know what to say to them, what do you say? How do you deal with that?
I'd honestly be probably wow, I don't really know.
Just imagine, you could be on a gelato run, on the back of a scooter, in the old world. As newlyweds, with the City Advantage Platinum Select card, you could be anywhere. Travel on, City Advantage.
Really know what to say to that, and just be honest with them.
Yeah.
I mean, it really comes down to feel, right? You're feeling it out, and
That's game.
Usually, whatever you're feeling is what the other person's feeling in the room. And a lot of the time, with that, if they're telling you something, just having someone say wow, that's fucked up, or wow, that's, a lot. And just being that. They expect everybody to look at you for answers, and they expect everybody to be like, oh, you know this, or people do go. I mean, that's a lot of the time why we don't go to friends for therapy, because, for one, they're can't be impartial, but for two, they're going to try to tell you what to do. And it's a lot like when your doctor needs or tells you need to go work out, right? You might go work out for 3 days, and then after that, you're like, fuck that, it didn't really work. Unless you truly believe you need to work out, you're not going to do it.
Right.
Just like, that's empathy and sympathy, right? Like, if we're down in a hole together, and I can know how I would get out of the hole, it might not be the same as how you'd get out of the hole. That's how I get out of the hole. I can, rather than just being like, wow, hey, I'll be down in this hole with you together, but you have to figure out how to get out of this hole on your own. You know?
I like it. That makes sense. Well, that makes sense considering that people are wired very differently to how they want to solve their problems in terms of what works for them.
Mm-hmm. I mean, we could get into a whole discussion on why, you know, I feel my personal opinions on different theories of therapy and, like, you know, fuck solution-focused therapy. You're just giving people.
So listen,
Band-Aids.
Art, what do you think is wrong with me, just as a person?
As a person. Well,
from what you've heard,
you know, I think that. Well, for one, Veronica likes you too much, which is an issue. But the other thing, really, is I think that I don't know. It just gives me a little. I mean, I imagine you start. I just don't know what you get out of this, and that kind of freaks me out a little bit. You know. I don't know. I imagine.
Do you think?
Might
Do
or
you think
might
I
not
have,
know, but
do you think I have like sinister
if you get off on it,
intentions?
that's great. No, I don't think that. But I mean, ignorance is just as bad of a thing as, you know, bad intentions, right?
All right, but outside of all this, like me as a like forget about my Gecko show. Like, what do you think? Like, is wrong with me as a guy?
Oh, you live in your mom's basement?
No, not
Well, there's
anymore.
nothing wrong
not
with that
anymore. I lived in my mom's basement for like a year and a half. I don't anymore.
Nice. There's nothing wrong with that. I think, you know, I think you're looking for meaning in everybody else and not able to find meaning for yourself.
Ooh, wait, that's very interesting. I'm looking for meaning in everyone else and not able to find meaning in myself. Interesting. Where do you think what has led you to that belief?
Well, I mean, look at what you do, right? I mean, you are looking at everybody else constantly.
Yeah.
And I mean, do you give yourself time for introspection? Do you ever, you know, allow yourself to do time for you?
Oh yeah, I'm always thinking about why I do I'm always thinking about why I do the things I do, and because I really do feel as though I live in like this infinite universe of infinite possibilities and infinite happiness, as well as infinite depression and sorrow, and there's at all times infinite decisions I could make, and it's like, in all that infinity, why do I make the decisions that I make? I think about that every day.
I mean, that sounds super overwhelming, right?
Yeah.
And I imagine
how do I deal with that?
Well, how do you deal with that? I mean, you must feel stuck, and in a lot of ways, it sounds like one way is figuring out how everybody else does it, right?
Yes. That is a part. It's funny you say that, because that is a part of this. I have one of my biggest problems in my life is I'm very indecisive, and I'll ask. I'll go and I'll ask everyone's opinion on things. Like, I'll ask all my friends and my parents and my, just anyone close to me. Like, anytime I have like a life thing or whatever, I'm very indecisive, so I'll always ask other people. And maybe this is like a version of that. Like, I'm looking at other people's stuff to get a better idea of my own stuff. And maybe that's also a little bit what the listener gets out of it too. Of like, they're learning a little bit about how they feel or their own meaning of things by listening to other people give theirs.
I will say that, that's a very big piece of what I do. I mean, the only person in the room who is the expert on you is you, right? Yeah, I know I have like some education or whatever, but, and I think in a lot of ways, me helping people figure it out helps me figure it out. Just like you helping people figure it out helps you figure it out, which is a kind of hard, it's a hard place to be. And I think, life is shitty. And there isn't really much of a meaning to anything, which gives meaning to everything. But figuring that out for yourself, or figuring out what gives you whatever it is. I mean, say you woke up tomorrow and everything was perfect and you were feeling fantastic, what would that look like?
Well, actually, this kind of this segues me into what I wanted to ask you just now, because you said that life is shitty. You asked me how I would feel if everything was perfect. I actually believe really in my gut that everything right now in this moment as it is already perfect. It's already perfect. And my problem does not lie in I need to change and shift external circumstances to make things even more perfect. My problem lies eternally in my own perspective of being able to constantly, consistently see those perfect things for what they are. I'm not even talking about like my life specifically. I'm talking about like having arms and legs and a cup of clean water and shit. Like that's perfect as it is. And I feel like it's my issue that I can't see that and be just happy for that. So let me ask you something. You said that you said just now that life is shitty. Why do you think life is shitty? Do you really believe that?
I don't think I necessarily really believe that, but I think a lot of people believe that. And I think that, the piece of it is, and this isn't me as a therapist, this is just me as a person, but I think that, a big piece of it is everything is pretty much based on your own experience. When something happens to you, or, and that same thing happens to somebody else, you're going to respond in two entirely different ways, right? Just like, trying to be thankful that, we are pretty lucky to live in a place where we have running water and a roof over our heads and all of these things, and you still have your own problems, right? I mean, at the end of the day, the only one that feels what you feel and goes through what you go through is you. And it's really just how you choose to deal with it or not deal with it, right? Because, maybe the show is just a big roundabout way to not have to deal with your things. And hope that it magically comes to you. I don't know.
Oh, are you talking about me again?
Yeah, I'm talking about you again.
So to answer that, it is a way to not think about my problems. When I'm doing my stream and recording my thing, it's 3 hours where I'm not thinking about my problems because I'm thinking about other people's problems. But I don't think that's any different from like if I was like if I like to sew. And I don't feel like because I'm not thinking about my own problems because I'm present in the moment of what I'm doing. That's why I'm not thinking about other people's. That's how I'm not thinking about my problems. Not even because I'm thinking about other people's stuff. I feel like that because I'm just present with what I'm doing, because I have to be, because that's how you have a conversation with someone, is to actually be in it. And when I'm not doing this, I'm back again, staring at the infinite, what I was talking about earlier.
Magic eraser. It's a game changer, and I'll tell you why. I use my finger, and in 4 seconds, I click erase. Amazing. My name is Jesse, and I'm a Google Pixel.
Earlier, the infiniteness of life in the universe, and I could make any possible decision at all. But here, as I'm talking to you, I'm not thinking about that. I'm just thinking about what's right in front of me, which is talking to you and trying to do this podcast well. So that I would say is the big thing that I get out of it in terms of the avoidance of my own problems. But you could say that about fucking playing basketball. You're focusing on the game.
I think it's important for you and me, for that matter, to recognize, okay, I might be escaping my own reality when I'm doing this, or when I'm working or something like that. But you're still bringing you. I mean, that's the important thing. And, I'm not condoning what you do, But I will say that if you're going to continue doing it, bring yourself. Try to bring yourself to it.
What do you mean?
Because-
Yeah, just now when you said whatever you're doing, you're bringing you to it. What do you tell me what you mean by that, and tell me what you mean by I should bring myself.
Don't be somebody for anybody else. The reason why you're good at what you do, or the reason why people listen to you, is because they're seeing you, or they're seeing a version of you. But I think that to truly bring you to that, bring in that existential shit. Bring in that stuff that you're scared of. Look into that. Add to it. Throw your own ulterior motives in there, right? Because I think you probably have them. You just aren't acknowledging them, or you at least don't want to see them. Yeah, of trying to figure out how to enjoy just living and the things that you have.
Yeah, well, that's all. That's all the shit I was.
He
talking
sounds
about.
very depressed.
I want to know from you,
Yeah.
Art. Is your name Art or Ant?
Art, like Arthur.
Art. Arthur. Is your real name Arthur? Art. Forget I asked that question.
You're good.
What is your meaning? What is your personal meaning of life? Why do you do what you do?
Why do I do what I do? I think because I'm good at it. I don't particularly love what I do. I like what I do. I think if I loved what I did, I would take it home with me. I don't want to have to take it home with me until I have to talk to you on the phone on a Friday night. But no offense, if that was more of a jab at Veronica, and I apologize.
No, please.
But
I appreciate Veronica for keeping you on the phone this long, because I know that you don't want to be here, but I'm enjoying talking to you.
No, I am. She's apparently
And you know what?
in chat.
And you know what, Art? I think a small part of you is enjoying talking to me too. But anyway, what you were saying, you don't like what you do, but you love. But you don't love what you do, but you like it.
Yeah, because I think at the end of the day, you're gonna have good days and bad days, and it's really just how you deal with it. I mean, a job's a job at the end of the day. But I think I think I'm good at what I do. I think that really helps. But I don't know. It's just kind of one of those things. You lean into it. I guess for me, nothing really. I'm very in the same boat of you. Nothing really feels like it matters. So everything kind of matters.
If you could be doing it, let me ask you: if you could be doing anything, if you could literally just wave a magic wand and you could get paid to do anything at all, what is it that you would do?
I don't know. Maybe just read books. But not really any job in particular. I'm very lazy, I will say. So really not a whole lot. If I could read books and just kind of hang out with my friends. If I was paid to do that, that'd be great.
Going to bed off that one.
You wouldn't get bored after a while of? Don't you want a challenge of some kind?
First one's this.
Sometimes, I will.
Have a good night, y'all.
At the end of the day, I don't know if I'm going to be doing this job for my whole life, for the rest of my life.
If you were on this
I
stream,
will say there's a part of me that always